Welcome to the Kenya Water Institute Water Quality Symposium, whose theme this year is Accelerating Access to Water Quality for Sustainable Development. We are gathered here to celebrate water quality achievements, new innovations, and also share knowledge. Karibuni sana. We want to move straight to the program because we are late. We are running short of time. My name is Leonard Makoha, and I'll be your MC for this particular session. My work as an MC, I looked at the JD, is to ask people to clap and also to ask people to sit down. So now I want to ask people to clap so that the CEO can open the ceremony. Please, that's my work. Karibu. Karibu sana, CEO.
Thank you very much. For our partners, exhibitors, scholars, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I wish to take this opportunity on behalf of the Kenya Water Institute to welcome all our partners, friends, colleagues, stakeholders, exhibitors, scholars to Kenya Water Institute. Karibuni sana. We are happy as the Kenya Water Institute family to most warmly welcome you to our symposium. Please feel at home. I also want to take this opportunity to commend you for taking time out of your otherwise very busy schedules to travel and join us for this year's symposium on water quality management under the theme Accelerating Change Towards Access to Good Water Quality for Sustainable Development. As you may be aware, the Kenya Water Institute is a state corporation under the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, established by an Act of Parliament, that is the Kenya Water Institute Act number 11 of 2001, to promote standards of service in the water, sanitation and irrigation sector through human resource development, research, consultancy and outreach programs. KEWI is mandated to build human capacity development in the water sector, and it does this through our campuses located here in Nairobi, South Sea, where we are. We have a campus in Kisumu, we do have a campus in Kitui, and we also have a campus in Tharaka Nithi, which are ably represented today by the campus principals. Please stand up. Here with us, we have Mr. Kaburi, the principal for Kitui campus. Please raise up your hand. Yes, we also have Mr. Paul Raria, the principal of Kenya Water Institute, Kisumu campus. We also have a principal for Tiakariga campus, Mr. Gitonga. Thank you. You may be seated. This year's symposium provides a forum for us to share knowledge, experience, and technologies as effective means of managing water quality. The symposium provides a perfect opportunity to exchange ideas and emerging issues to reflect on the strategies for water quality management against scarcity caused by climate change. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Kenya Water Institute considers outreach programs such as this symposium fundamental to our mandate. As we all know, water is critical in the attainment of Sustainable Development Goal number 6 on ensuring availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all by the year 2030. In order to achieve this, we should clearly focus on the needed human capacity and core competencies required to manage water quality supply and sanitation systems for the future. And it is against this background that this year's symposium, whose theme is accelerating change towards access to good water quality for sustainable development. That's why we seek to enlighten students, fraternity, and stakeholders and the sector at large. Ladies and gentlemen, I acknowledge the contribution of the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, Safaricom, National Bank, S3 East Africa, Davis and Chatleaf, Aqua Treat Solutions, Water Resources Authority, Regional Center for Groundwater, Langata Sub-County Education Office, and many others who contributed immensely to the success of this occasion. When we come together, we consolidate our efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. I therefore thank all the partners and sponsors who have worked with KEWI to ensure the success of this symposium. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I do not intend to exhaust some of the issues that are lined up for discussion during the symposium. I'm happy to note that the presenters and speakers will cover a wide range of very important and provoking discussions relating to the theme of this year's symposium. I therefore urge you to engage in the deliberations with open minds and come up with actionable areas that will translate into policy briefs that will inform government action in regards to management of water quality in this country. With those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, it's now my humble duty and pleasure to declare this symposium officially open. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We, sir, with your permission, would like now to get started with the program, now that is officially open. And to get us started, we'd like to request Sir Charles. Sir Charles, I think if you are ready, please come and give us a talk on hygiene. This talk is supposed to address hygiene and wash interest in schools. Thank you so much.
I realize that people are not appreciating Sir Charles. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. The CEO, Kenya Water Institute, our host for this symposium. The chairperson, the governing council of Kenya Water Institute, KEWI, in his absentia, all invited guests, all the stakeholders present, Bwana asifiwe. My name is Sir Charles Chitechi. I realize that on our program, people were fully introduced, but it's my pleasure to introduce myself fully so that you understand who is standing before you. Chitechi Charles is here courtesy of Kakamega County Water, and also on behalf of all the water workers in this sector. That is the President, Water Sector Workers Association of Kenya. It means everybody in this building, you are a stakeholder to this important sector, and as well stated by the CEO KEWI, on behalf of all the water workers, we welcome you to this symposium. It's very important when we recognize the article of the Constitution 2010 that gives the Kenyans the mandate to access to clean, safe, affordable, and sustainable water, the quality of that water is very critical and important in the sector. And it can only achieved if the water workers in this sector are fully represented in such a symposium. We want to recognize and really appreciate the convener of this meeting, this symposium, this important program. We salute you, sir, the KW fraternity, and the entire team of the ministry for organizing this very, very important meeting or symposium. Let's appreciate KW family. Let's appreciate the Ministry of Water. And let's appreciate all the conveners, all the stakeholders that have made this symposium success and for us to be here. Now, I want to spend the shortest time possible on this podium so that I can allow the other speakers. I can see my teacher, Mr. Kihara, is loaded for us to share very, very important aspects of the water quality. My colleagues and comrades in this sector, it is important for us today in this symposium to elaborate more about our mandate as the stakeholders in this sector, about what the Constitution gives the mandate to us on what we need to do. Under Article 43 of the same Constitution demands, it's not requesting, but it's demanding the aspect of quality in what we are supplying to the Kenyans. It means today, if in Ongata Rongai, the water sector players can supply water which is not quality, a Kenyan who is enlightened can go to court to ensure that we are held responsible for giving them water, yes, but which is not of good quality. We cannot achieve this, ladies and gentlemen, without understanding that we have the set-up standard that guide us as far as water quality management is concerned. We are talking about our own Kenya Bureau of Standard. We are talking about World Health Organization standards, which is very key in guiding us as the players in this sector to ensure that what we are giving to Kenyans is of good quality. Where I come from recently, we had issues in a learning institution. Those who remember Mukumo Girls in Kakamega County, they have had an issue that touches on this animal we call water quality. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, that we are serving food, and we have a motto in this sector that says, water is life. Water is life. It means that we are the people holding the life of Kenyans in our hands. I appreciate men and women who are the players in the area of quality assurance, quality control. You know, the people do not know, Bwana CEO, people do not know the difference between water quality assurance and water quality control. Control begins at the treatment works, in the kitchen, the production areas, and the assurance department or section, that's where we have these central laboratories where they are checking bacteriological tests and other important tests. It's important to understand that we can easily be sued for not delivering the quality water to our people. Yes, we are talking about Vision 2030 vision, which talks about access, but we have been forgetting about the element of water quality, and we really appreciate KW for bringing this aspect on board, and that's why we are here today. Let's appreciate them once again. How do we achieve this quality? I don't want to preempt what other speakers will be delivering here. But I want to mention that it's important for us to, in our respective areas, where God has given you an opportunity. And many times, Bwana CEO and all the invited guests, we forget about this important team. Those who are in the treatment works. When it's raining, when it is shiny, they are struggling to ensure that the water that's on your table in the glass is of quality. Quality starts at that very, very unpleasing environment where you have to check the raw water, where you have to check and ensure that that water that dissolved the dead bodies somewhere, I know they are not very good words, they come to the glass on the table of His Excellency the President when it's clean for consumption. Let's appreciate men and women who are in the treatment works. They are doing indeed a wonderful job. We really appreciate your effort and your input in this. Proper management of the already treated water. I've realized, ladies and gentlemen, that even after these ladies and gentlemen working so hard to give us treated water, the manner in which we handle that treatment commodity, storage, infrastructure, the pipeline, is wanting. It's our whole discussion. We are engaging all the stakeholders, and I want to appreciate the key players, our donors, our support partners. You are doing a great job in this sector to ensure that infrastructure is. Remember, some of the infrastructure that we are using today were installed many, many years during the time of independence. That's the infrastructure we are using. So we are here with a big task on our shoulder to ensure that after treatment in the water treatment works, it's important to follow that important commodity and do the surveillance and ensure that what is at the end point to the consumers, our customers, still meets the standard. Those are the vessels that help us to supply this water to your table. Now, when you talk about water, many times we forget about sanitation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's important to note that the same constitution demands that after giving our Kenyans quality, affordable, and sustainable water, it demands that we also manage what comes out of them. An area, Bwana CEO, and all the stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, has been forgotten. And in this symposium, we will be learning the importance of sanitation and hygiene in this sector. That policy demands that we take care of this wastewater that people don't like on our roads. But I want to talk something about the effluent that we release to the system that ends up again recycled back to our tables. The stakeholders understand that if we do not put in efforts to ensure that that effluent we are remitting, we are discharging to our water bodies, water resource is going back to on our tables. There are standards, and we want to remind you that we must meet to ensure that we sustain this system. Because if you don't do it, you are harming your brother, you are harming your sister, your cousins, and your friends who are on the other side. We call them the end point, without knowing. You will end up using the same product, and it is key. I want to conclude by requesting all the stakeholders that this journey cannot be accomplished, cannot be successful without bringing all the water workers together in such a forums to ensure that we walk this journey together to achieve the mandate that we have been given under the Constitution and the ministry, our mother ministry, Ministry of Water. For those very many remarks, I really want to appreciate all of you. I really want to thank you and wish you a good stay in this symposium as we keep on engaging to ensure that we meet our objective. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's also appreciate our students. It is important to teach these young and women who are going to be our leaders tomorrow, that as they come up, they will for sure appreciate the water treatment process, the element of the water quality in the society. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Sir Charles. One thing that we have noticed, or we carry away from your speech, is that water is very closely related to medicine. That when you work in the water industry, you are as good as a doctor. You treat people before they fall sick. Doctors treat when they fall sick, as we treat before. So it's very important. And he has also said that there are so many problems in the water sector. So if you are a student and you want to pursue a career in water, you're almost certain that you'll be employed, because there are so many challenges. To appreciate Tena na makofi. Now we want to shift gear a little bit and we go to the technology side. So we want to bring a technology company so that the young students we have brought, the pupils, can appreciate that there's an aspect of technology in water. So at this juncture, I want to request S3 East Africa, which is a technology company led by Madam Elizabeth, to come and present. S3, please. We can appreciate her as she comes.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Magoha, for the invitation. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Elizabeth from S3 Eastern Africa. I am the industry lead for water utilities at S3. So my task is to help water utilities come up with working GIS solutions, and I'll explain further what GIS is. I have some slides today. I was aware there'll be children, students from primary schools, and I really wanted to give them a good idea of where their water comes from. And so my slides mainly consist of pictures. I believe a picture is worth 1,000 words. So however many words I put, I think pictures will do more justice. So I'll begin. So I want the children to think about this. Where does your water come from? Where does your water how does it get to your tap? Does anyone know? Maybe I could indulge them. Okay, they are a bit shy, but there's one. Yes, tell me. Good. Yes, the source is the river or any other water body, and then it gets to the tap. Good. Well done. So you can move on to the next slide. So yes, it comes from the rain, goes to the mountains. Some come from the mountains. Then from the mountain, the snow melts, goes to the rivers, and then in the rivers, it now gets to your tap. But there's a step before it gets to your tap, and that's what I want to explain to you. You can move to the next slide. So before it gets to your tap, it goes through a water treatment plant, so that they are able to look, they bring that water from the river or maybe a borehole or the lake, and then they treat it. You can move to the next slide. And then after they've treated it, they usually take samples and check whether the water is quality enough, whether it's good enough for human consumption, for you to drink, whether it's safe for you to drink. So now they test, they check. If it is safe, now it is moved. Next slide, please. If it is safe, they now use pipes to transport that water into your houses. Next slide. And those pipes are underground. You can't see them, but they've been laid under the ground. Then now you use that water. It gets to your tap. You use it for drinking. It is used in the swimming pools. It's used in the garden. Anything that you need to use it for, brushing, for showering, everything that you use water for, that's the process it takes. But now once you've used that water, what happens to it? You see, now it's not clean anymore. You can't use it. You shouldn't use it again. Maybe especially when you flush the loo, that needs to go somewhere. So now I want to show you what happens to that water that you flush down the loo, that you use after you've taken a bath. You can move to the next slide. Yes, so now that water is taken through a sewer system. So those are pipes taking away the dirty water from your house and then moving it to a sewer treatment plant. Please move to the next slide. Yes, so now it moves to the treatment plants, and so you see it's brown. It starts with being brown. It is a bit dirty. So then they clean it, they purify it. Next slide, please. They purify it, they put it through many processes. Now it started when it was brown and full of impurities, but when it leaves when it's blue, when it's clean, when it's safe to be released. And then once it's safe to be released, on the next slide, you'll see that it's now released into the rivers. So you've seen the process. It's a long process. Water from the river goes through a very long process to get to you. But the essence, it needs to be safe for you to use. So how technology comes in, I mentioned GIS. So we use maps. Next slide, please. So we use maps. So all those pipes I had mentioned, all of them are drawn on a map. All of them are laid out and they are shown where they are. So to make sure that all the people using the water, we know, the companies need to know where those people are. The ones who treated that water, they need to know where those lines are and who are using their water. So it gets to you. So now using maps, one of the things that they do is to check if there is an area that doesn't have those lines. So where are they getting their water? Now they are able to make a decision. Now let's get this water. There are areas that don't have those pipes. Let's get those pipes to those regions so that those people can get water. You see how you can make a decision from a map? Yeah, so now I want to introduce to you what is used to make that map. Please move to the next slide. So what is used to make a map is called a geographic information system. In short, GIS. So this system is used to come up with all kinds of maps. And it is used as a decision-making tool. For example, the example I had given earlier, when there are places where there are houses, but there are no lines, there are no pipes leading to those places. You want to find a way to get those pipes to those places. Now you can use maps to make such decisions. And so now this is the system that is used. Now you may wonder, okay, how is our maps relevant for water quality? You can move to the next slide. Yes, so this is a map of Kenya. I know many of you have seen it. This particular map is showing the rivers in Kenya. So you see how that water, after it was treated, it's released back into the river. Once in a while, they take samples from those rivers to tell whether the water is safe while it's in the rivers, to tell the quality of the water flowing through the rivers. So sometimes for example, there's River Tana there. It starts all the way from Aberdare Mountains and goes all the way to in the Indian Ocean. So if at some point there is the water is not good along the river, they need to find out why is it not good, why is it bad for you to use. And so now maps are used to in such cases to make a decision, to find out maybe what are the causes and invest and check that further. You can move to the next slide. Another way our technology checks for, the GIS technology checks for water quality is remote sensing. How many know of satellites or have heard about satellites? Yeah, I see some hands. Yes. So satellites, they take, one of the things they do many things, but one of the things that they do is that they take many pictures of the earth. You can see now, like for there, they're taking a picture on Africa. You can see the Africa outline. So they take images. You can move to the next slide. And this is an example of one of the images they take. That's a river. That blue wavy line is a river. So using satellite images that are obtained from the satellites, they are able to go through some processes using the GIS, the Geographic Information System, and then check the quality of the water using images. That now they don't necessarily have to go to the river physically, they are just able to use satellite imagery to tell the quality of the water. So my technology has been used to ensure water quality management is observed, to ensure that when you drink water from the tap, it is safe for you. So I encourage you to be keen. Don't drink water from anywhere. Be careful where you get your water. Yeah, anyway, thank you. That's all I had. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Madam Elizabeth, for that wonderful presentation. And there's one thing that we didn't tell the pupils. After this session, you'll do an exam. Mtafanya mtihani. And you must get 100. I'm approaching expectation. Itakuwa ni approaching, I'm exceeding. Approaching, siyo ni CBC. Mumeona map. Sindio? Alafu mukaona mahali river inatoka. So mutafanya approaching or exceeding. Very well. Multipikie makofi tena. Invited guests at this juncture, and to invite our Deputy Director for Academic Affairs to give a brief career talk. Thereafter, we shall have the competition started for the pupils. Thank you. You can clap for him.
Thank you very much, Mr. Makoha. I want to start, but I don't know whether Mr. Wakira is ready or are you ready? Until he has stepped out. I want to start by first noting that our director has momentarily left. But the Kenya Water Institute CEO, who is our guest today, our distinguished guests, our students, and I think it is already good morning. We hoped to start this program a little bit earlier, but we are managing. And as I wait for the slide to be put on by my friend here, I would want to talk briefly about Kenya Water Institute. That Kenya Water Institute is generally a government, like our director said, a government mainly funded organization, and it has been with us for many, many years. It was started in early 1960s, almost the time our country was getting independence. We have moved on from being a government department to being a semi-autonomous government agency. That is an organization which should partly be able to support its operations. And as we are all aware, at the moment, we are having a lot of challenges, not just in Kenya Water Institute, but in country as a whole, in terms of finances. Therefore, with the new, when we got the new act, we have been having a challenge of ensuring that we have new students coming up and developing new programs for our citizens. And this time around, those people who have been behind the symposium led by Mr. Makoha has thought about, if we want to sustain this organization into the future, what can we do? What should we do as an institution? Which groups should we start targeting so that by the time they come to doing something called career choices, at a point after maybe Form 4, even Study 8, they may consider Kenya Water Institute as an option for their training. Therefore, we decided, in addition to taking into consideration most of our stakeholders, we should start early. We start planning to get you on board, to know, especially for our young students, to know that there are opportunities in a place like Kenya Water Institute here, so that by the time they are finishing their Form 4s, they can consider Kenya Water Institute, etc. Ready? Since we don't have much time, I would want to start. And my presentation, therefore, is the career prospects in water, irrigation, and sanitation sector. If you happen to come and train with us, mainly we train for the water sector, but all the time we learn something new in our lives. There are various ways of learning. Our students should know this. Our teachers, I think we have seen quite a number of teachers who accompany their students. We learn by observing. We learn by being taught. We learn by doing things. In Kenya Water Institute, we stress on 3 basic things. The first one is that by the time you leave this place, you should get some additional knowledge. You leave here having known something that you did not know before. And I believe all of us will get something new that you did not know. That is additional knowledge. The other thing that we normally stress is something called attitude. Can we say attitude, especially from here? Attitude. And we normally stress on something called positive attitude. Like my sister has just said, when she was giving her presentation at my earlier presentation, Bwana Chitachi from Kakamega Water, especially Chitachi stressed on the need of quality water. It is you, me, and every other Kenyan to ensure that our water is in good state. Those of us who are over 40 years and maybe 30 and above, they knew during our time you'd take our kettle to the river, and as the kettle is taking water, you just move a little slightly upstream and you get your water. Unfortunately today, as I travel to my original county of Nyeri, I always ensure that I buy some water on my way home. It is a very expensive thing. Unakuta wakati mwingine, because you have a family, you have to buy 20 liters of water. You can imagine about 500 shillings. But those days when we were growing up, water was not of that state. So attitude has to do, all of us having the right attitude to ensure that whatever we are doing in our environment is not contaminating our waters. It should be in a good state. Like a lot of the waters that you see crisscrossing our town, the city of Nairobi, you know most of it is very polluted. But it is us who does it, not any other person, not foreigners. It is Kenyans who does that. And the last aspect that we normally stress on when we are training here in Kewi is something called skills. Skills are those things that we learn by doing. We learn something by doing. So if you are a young girl, don't just go and learn in school. You should also be learning something like making a cup of tea, because you are going to mature to become a kina mama of the future, like we are being told, isn't it? So you have a family, you have to learn how to cook, maybe for your family. That is a skill you can learn as you observe and as you do those practices with your parents at home. Therefore, this afternoon or this morning, I'm supposed to give something called career talk, and it is in the water sector. I think you can start projecting. Yeah. Okay. Sawa. And maybe to start us off, we can say that Kenya Water Institute is an institute where we have a vision. What we would want to do, maybe I can say that it is a center of excellence in training, research, innovation, and consultancy in the water sector, water, irrigation, and sanitation sector. That is our vision. I don't want to stress on those things. The other one, this morning as I was moving around with some of the students, the young students from our primary schools and the lower secondary school, I met one who was very young, and I asked him his level of education, and he told me he is in high school. I thought maybe he looked very young, only for him to tell me that it is junior secondary. So in our new dispensation, they have been talking about what? Competency-based training. And in Kenya Water Institute, we offer competency-based training, research, innovation, consultancy for sustainable development. Then I can mention maybe very briefly about our core values, where we try to stress something called good corporate governance. We learn our organization using the principles of good corporate governance. I don't want to go into details. We try to train our students to be professionals, so we stress on professionalism. We stress on customer focus, being innovative. I want maybe somebody from one of our primary schools to tell me what you understand by that word. Am I using very difficult words? When we say somebody is innovative, what do we mean? One of our, and we can give that person a gift. Yes, madam. I can see your hand is up. You, ama ulikuwa unatisha mimi. You can try. Anybody wants to try? Yes, young man. You come here. Yes, karibu na uongee haraka haraka.
It's to be creative.
Very good. There is a thin line between being creative and being innovative. When we say that we are creative, we say somebody who could be coming up with totally new products. But when we say that, we needed to clap for him. But when we say that we are innovative, I think we have been told by most of us in Kenya know that one of the most innovative companies is Safaricom, and fortunately, we are working very closely with them. Innovative is when you get a product and you keep on modifying it, coming up with different or modern ways or better ways of doing things. Many years back, water used to go through what we call GI pipes, those of us in 70s and 80s especially. But nowadays we have a new technology where we are using PPR. That is an innovation. And maybe in the future something else will happen. Another thing that we normally consider is in KEWI is issues of integrity and patriotism. I may want to mention, like our director said earlier before me, that KEWI we are located in 4 areas. We are where we are in Nairobi, that is our main campus, Nairobi campus. Then we have in Western Kenya, we have Kisumu campus. Then we have Kitui campus and the Chiakaliga in Tharaka-Nithi. Now, all those that I've been saying, or what I've been discussing is about KEWI. I can request my friend to go to the next slide for what I want to discuss briefly about our students. Something called career. And when we think about career, I am thinking about it because there are careers in Kenya Water Institute. You can come here and you choose to be our student, and it gives you very good prospects for whom you can be when you finish your school, like Form 4 or even start 8, and even after that you can join KEWI and you can have a career. But before we get into that term called career, to explain what it is all about, I would want to say that those of us who grew in 70s and 80s, our teachers, and I think even today, they have not stopped asking that question. They would ask us a very simple question in class: what would you want to be when you grow up? And the only thing that we knew that time, and I think that is not the case today, is what we could see in our villages. I would want to be a policeman. I would want to be a what? A teacher, because those are the people we could see. But especially now for you who are in Nairobi, you have seen all kinds of people, very young people who have become senators, others have become politicians. You see bankers in Nairobi, you see police officers. Unaona mwalimu kama Kihara hapa na wengineo, si ndio? So maybe nowadays you have more options of understanding what happens in our real life. So we are saying that what is a career? And I am saying that an occupation undertaken significant, it will take a period of somebody's quite some time. Like me, I'm a lecturer in Kenya Water Institute. And I've been lecturing, before I came to Kenya, had lectured somewhere else before. I think this is my 31st years. Nimekuwa nikisomesha. I have, I think, one more year to retire. So it is something that can take a very big time in your life. Somebody can work in his career for over 30 years. So as you think about how you move in your life, you need to think about your career. It is a journey in somebody's life, and I think the students are coping. And somebody can say, like that statement down there, that he seemed to be destined for as an engineer as his father. Maybe your dad, kama mtoto wangu ni mwalimu. Maybe my son may want to be a teacher like me. So it is important for us to understand that term as we move on. The other one is something called a career path. A career path. That term is very important. That you choose a path in which you want to travel in your life. It is going to take maybe more than 30 years of your life as you move into your life. In primary and high school, most of us finish being students. By the time you're about 20, 25 years, you are finished with schooling. But the rest of your life, up to about 60 years and beyond, you may find yourself with that. So before you even think about that career, you need to make the right choice. And to make the right choice, you can see in that presentation on our screen that there is a lady who is looking into the future, focusing into the future. And she wants to choose, maybe in my life, what would I want to be? Some of you already say that I want to be a pilot, another one an engineer, another one a teacher, another one all that. So you have to think about your career path. And we are saying that a career path is a roadmap. I don't want to go into the details about the roadmap, but it's a roadmap. A roadmap, like if I ask some of us, where do you come from? I can tell you I come from the Nyeri County. And if I was to explain to you how to go to my home, I don't have to tell you everything about going to Nyeri. I'll tell you maybe I'll get a bus to maybe a place called Karatina. From Karatina, I get another vehicle near Karatina University. Then from there, I can ask for somebody like my dad that will be at home. So you need to think about that path that you are going to follow. You have finished your study 8. You have finished your junior secondary. You go to secondary. After Form 4, not all of us are able to go to the universities. In KEWI, we train for middle level. It is a middle level college. We are between where you are and our universities. So if you find you don't have maybe the qualification for the university, you can end up here or any other middle level college. But we would encourage you to come here to join us, and we should train you. The other one, as I've said, in terms of the career, you can go to the next slide, my friend. You can see, like in the career path, you think about the various places that you can end up. You can become an engineer, like I said earlier. You can become an economist. You can become a doctor. You can become a lawyer. You can become a scientist. And all these options are available for us. So when you decide on what you want to do, you can come to Kenya Water Institute. And in Kenya Water Institute, we offer about 5 major programs in addition to what we call short courses. I don't want to go to short courses for now, but one of the areas that is very popular with our students is something called Diploma in Water Engineering Technology. You come here, you learn for 3 years. You have to have some minimum qualifications. And when you learn for those 3 years, you leave Kenya Water Institute, you move on, and you can become a water technician. And some of them have moved on to become even water managers in our country. I'm happy to see that one of the presentations should be done, those of us who have the program, by one of our former students, and who is today is the managing director of Kilifi Mariakani Water Desalination Company. Another area that we also handle is diploma, certificate in water engineering technology, which are related to the first one. Another one is, we also train operators. When you move around this place, we have a very modern building here. And in this modern building, you find we are looking for people to assist, or there is a lot of construction activities around Kewi. If you look around Kewi and Nairobi mainly, we have a lot of construction activities. The people who are doing plumbing works, we train them here. Kwa wakati unaenda pale kwa nyumba yenu, unafungulia maji, yule fundi ametusaidia kufanya hiyo maji ikuje hapo, tunawasomeshanga hapa. Watu wengine tunasomesha ni watu wa kusaidia kufanya like what we are calling gypsum. You go to some houses, you are getting like the house looks quite marvelous like this one. Those are people we train here. And some of them, when they live here, they can even self-employ themselves. You don't have to be employed by somebody. You can start your business because at the moment, jobs are hard to come by. So by the time you finish, you can even start your business and you'll be quite safe. So we can go to the next slide. And therefore, you also think about something called career prospects. When you train and you become a graduate of Kenya Water Institute, a graduate of University of Nairobi, or a graduate of any other place, you have to think about, is it promising? Does it have the prospect of getting into being employed, for that matter? There are some careers, or some careers which you can pick, and when you finish training, it becomes almost impossible to get a job. You can imagine you have gone all the way from 4 to university, and then after that you cannot get a job. It is not normally very easy. So we would wish that as you think about these things, you think about the prospects in your careers as you go towards choosing your career. I want maybe very briefly you go to the slide on career tips, career planning tips. And because we may not have enough time, one of the things that we need to do is all the time as a young person, be willing to learn. Every environment in which we are is a learning environment. Fortunately, most of us, we are coming from homes with things like EVs, we are coming from schools, we interact with a lot. And therefore, for you to be a successful person in the future, please always be willing to learn something new. Every day there is something that you can learn. Make that be a good habit of yours. The other one is work to gain some skills. That is another tip for a young person. Work to gain some tips. A lot of us have no skills. And I said a skill is something that you learn by doing. Some years back as a young man, I was working and I was staying around Accerating. And I noticed a young man, and his skill was very simple. Riding a bicycle. Riding a bicycle. Having known how to ride a bicycle, he was given an opportunity by somebody to be supplying bread around Accerating, and he started supplying. And since he was an honest person, that guy after some time, he bought a motorbike. After some time, he bought a vehicle. Now he is in charge of distribution virtually in all corners around Kasarani. But he started from a skid. So what do we mean by a skid? Even as you come to a place like Kewi, or even when you are at home, try to gain some skill. Unaweza kuwa unajua wewe, you can be a good singer. That is a skill. If you can improve it, you can be a good fundi. You can be a good cook. Of late, you find a lot of young people, when we have an occasion like this one, people come to provide cooking or catering services. And they aren't that way. So try to gain a skill as you move on in your life. The third one I want to mention, I don't want to go to the third because I have given some notes on it. I want to talk about number 4 because of time. Have a mentor. Have a mentor, young people. We need to have mentors. Who is a mentor? Any student? Yes, my friend. Yeah, a mentor is someone who you can look up to. We can clap a better clap for that gentleman. Yeah, you see me later after this for a gift. You need to have some mentors. Somebody you can look up to guide you in some aspects about your life. Those of us who are about my age, we were struggling on our own. We did not have anybody to guide you. It is unfortunate that I would want to use the word that most of our parents were illiterate or semi-illiterate. They never went to school. But they understood the need of taking us to school. So we really struggled to know what to do. Today, most of our parents, especially the young people who are here, you have parents who can guide you. You have teachers who can guide you. You can come to Kewi. We can mentor you. Please get a mentor. And there's something we call planning. When you have decided what you want to do, always sit back and ask yourself, am I moving in the right direction? Always do something called review. I wanted to go to the city. I will go to the city by the end of today. And then you find maybe you did not go to town. You can ask yourself, what happened that I did not go to town? Maybe you went somewhere, you started talking with somebody and you wasted your time. So when you have decided this is what I want to do, always ask you maybe by the end of the week, by the end of the month, by the end of the year, am I moving in the right direction? The next slide has to do with maybe an opportunity for a question or two. But I don't know whether Mr. Makoha will allow me to. Maybe a question or two. You may want to ask a question about Kenya Water Institute, which we can try to handle. I can see my other able deputy directors are here. They can assist me to answer in case there is one that is burning, especially for our young students. Today is your event. Any student who want to ask something about Kenya Water Institute?
Swali. Kuna
Swali.
maswali.
Hakuna.
They understood everything.
Thank you very much. And I could see some of them were also writing down. If their teachers can give us their email addresses, or school's email addresses, we are going to send the small slides to them. I want to thank you for the opportunity. Welcome to Kewi, and be blessed. And at the same time, I think I want to acknowledge one of our board members, Mr. Wamiti. Can I give you the opportunity to greet the people? It's okay. Yeah?
Thank you so much, Mr.
thank you.
Kihara, and for that wonderful presentation. And can we appreciate Mr. Kihara? He has taught for so many years. And at this juncture, we want to recognize the presence of our one of our board of directors, Mr. Mohammed Osman Hassan. And we can give him a chance to say hi so that we can proceed.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. I hope it's not afternoon. Okay, yeah, some few minutes past. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, my name, as it has been mentioned, is Mohammed Osman Hassan. I'm a member of governing council for this institute. Apparently, I am not coming here as a guest. I'm actually just joining you to see the progress of the symposium. So the fact I've just popped in, mine is just to say hi to everybody. You are most welcome to this institute. The symposium is very, very educative. I've also learned a lot, not only from lecturing, but also from the students, because a question is popped in, and then the answer you are giving, some of us, when you are at your age, you are not able even to say so. That's why we are laughing here. Congratulations to the students who have come. You are very bright, and you have a bright future, the way I have seen that you are actually progressing or attending this symposium. Mine, I think, is just to say, water is a necessity worldwide. Everything needs water. We as a human being, we need water. The plants need water. And to manage it is also another knowledge that is required. This institute actually provides the technical know-how on how to manage water. The people who normally pass here is a very old institute. The people who normally pass here are the people actually who normally manage water. Therefore, I think you are most welcome. You learn more about what we provide. It's very, very important. And it's part of life. Some people take it water as it has been mentioned. People are being mentioned. What do you want to be in future? Somebody says, I want to be a policeman. But personally, I would have said, to be a water engineer is the best, let's say, providing, let's say, a type of job. Because one, water is a necessity, as we have mentioned. And as a nation, we need people who are really advanced in water. I had been in one of the countries, one of the times I visited a country called Singapore. I think you must have heard about Singapore. Singapore is just an island. And they are surrounded by water, hard water, salty water. So they were importing water. They were importing water from outside. And therefore, it's an issue that the country was really facing. So they had to sit down and then say, because water is a necessity, what can we do to have water, a quality water that can assist them in Singapore? They looked around. The land is also too small, because first and foremost, the source of water is what people need to know. We get rainwater. We have also the rivers. We have also the ground. But apparently, the ground is also not a good water also in that place. The rainwater is also not sufficient. So the question is, how can we be able to sustain that demand? And so what they did is, they came up with a system whereby they will need how they can be able to get water, to access water, good water, without importing. So when I went to that country, I was welcomed at the airport, and I was told, thank you very much, you are most welcome. You have come to provide us water. I didn't know how I was to provide water. But when I went there, later I learned, when people visit the toilet and whatever, 3/4 of the water we normally emanate is actually, there's a process that it follows until you get very high quality water. So they were telling me I've also gone there from Kenya to provide them water. Because when I visit the toilet and whatever, normally whatever I emanate, they normally also refine that one, and then it's put in a bottle, and I use that water again. So when you visit again there, so it's being circulated. They no longer import water. The water is provided by the people, and it circulates that way, and they refine it. That's a technology, might be to be for another day, but I just want to tell you, you are the people who will be conquering, let's say, the environment. The environment that will exist, even in Kenya here, there are some areas in the country where we have problems of water. Like especially I come from northern, that is the northeastern province. The water that they normally take sometimes is just a stagnant water from the rainwater. There are carcasses, that animals that die. The water is so dirty, but people take that water because they have no any other source. And that one also need to be conquered. Sometimes, like now, as you have seen the season when we had the dry season, it was scarcity of water. The wells have dried. How do we manage that? So there are many things we normally look into to see how we can also conquer as Kenyans our environment. You are most welcome. I'm sure we have people who can provide you more knowledge. We need you in future. We want water engineers from you people. You are most welcome. And therefore mine is just to say thank you so much for you having it. I can see the hall is actually fully, it's actually very full. And I think the knowledge you are going to get here will also help us as a country. And you are most welcome. Thank you very much. Sorry to have taken long. Shukran.
Thank you, Director. Those are words of wisdom. And as a community of Kewi, we are in Langata. So we approached Langata and told them, why don't we share knowledge with Langata? Because we wanted our very important guests, who are schools, primary schools, to come and share knowledge with us. This is under the better approach, bottom-up economic transformation agenda. So that we start from the bottom to Kikuja Juu. Tomorrow we'll be at the high level. So with those introductory remarks, I want you to put together a clap for the director, the sub-county director of education, Langata, Madam Daisy Kureri. Please welcome.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. God is good, and all the time. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Daisy Kurere, the Sub-County Director of Education, Langata. I'm humbled to be with you today. I'm so much honored to be in your midst today. I have come with my colleague, Madam Jane. You can wave them. Thank you very much. We are here in support of your symposium. We have come to be with you to have this very important event and share with you some challenges that we have in our schools, and also some issues and some good things that we are trying to initiate in our schools in our humble ways. Water is basic. It's our basic need, the way we have been told by so many people who have talked before me. In our schools, you see we have come with the primary school. We didn't get enough time to mobilize the secondary schools. Maybe when we are given enough time next time, we will make sure they are here. They are the people who will carry up the new career or the best things that we are learning, we will learn today or we'll discuss today. They have answered so many questions the way our council member has said. It is because it is CBC. Most of them, they have told you they are from high school. So you are wondering whether they are from the secondary. We are in the new curriculum. We have the CBC, they are the junior secondary, most of them. So they are the people who really wants to know how to get their pathways. They want to know where they will actually major on. They are not like the 844 that we went in, and maybe it was somehow very broad. So they are in the right place, and I know the knowledge they will take today, it will go a long way. Maybe in future you will get one of them being one of the engineers in our water sector. So we really thank you so much. In my presentation, I will address the sanitation in our schools, the hygiene. I know you really know we have gone through so many challenges as Ministry of Education, but we are trying our level best. Sanitation facilities involve so many things, like the water stations. You remember we have come out from a very tough moment when we had the COVID-19, and we had so many challenges with water points or water stations. So the sanitation deals or engages so much on the water stations. the toilets and washing points. We had so many of them during those days, but um, those are the things that made most of the waterborne diseases in our schools to go away, and we really had good time. We were thinking of maybe if that one could go on for some time, maybe the diseases that is associated with water, we will do away with them. Unfortunately, most of our schools don't have sufficient functional sanitation facilities, especially in the informal sector. We are having schools in diverse areas, and we have some schools in informal sectors. Some schools don't have enough facilities. So we actually look for ways of making sure they have maybe some functional ones. And when we have, they miss the facilities and also maybe enough water supply. The challenges also we have is limited infrastructure, the insufficient infrastructure in some of our schools, especially the public schools. Urban schools, those are the ones in informal sector, they lack water storage. They maybe when it's raining, when it's a rainy season, they don't have they don't have facilities, the water tanks, to store the water or to do the water harvesting. They also have so many challenges. So whenever we get an NGO or maybe government organization or some corporate organization to assist them, we do really plead with them so that they can assist our institution to be very safe, especially when it comes to sanitation, water harvest, and hygiene in schools. There is inadequate funding, maybe especially in some schools in some challenged areas, some funding in the capitation of schools. Some schools are given money. So sometimes it's not enough to put up the facilities. And we go out of our way to look for donors or for well-wishers to support our good schools. There is also an issue of the maintenance and suitability of water points. Maybe the water sources are not well maintained, the pipes, or maybe where they get their water from. In most cases, you have sometimes you get, at times you find some schools, their pipes are broken or they are not been serviced for long, and they have challenges, so they can miss the water from time to time. So there are some initiatives that we have taken as the Ministry of Education, as we are from the lower part now. We are not in the very high position, but we are doing it in our sub-county or in our area of our work. We do the water harvesting. We encourage schools around to do the water harvesting, especially when it's raining. They take advantage of this time. They store enough water so that so that they can be cushioned, especially during very dry seasons. We also do partnership and donor support. We talk to our partners. We do collaborations with some NGOs. There are so many NGOs that, like the UNICEF, World Vision, many of them come up and support our students, our schools around. There is also the corporate organization. We do a lot of banking in, like the banking sector. Our schools have so many accounts with them, so we talk to them to support our schools, buy them maybe tanks or get them a place to get some clean water. We also encourage training and capacity building. Now that is the request that we are coming to the KEWI, our institution that is around our area, that you can offer us capacity building for our teachers, our children, or even our education officers around, so that we can learn more and know so many practices that we can assist us go a long way in accessing and utilizing quality water. We also advocate an awareness. We do the raising awareness among the community, parents, and stakeholders. In our schools, we have so many meetings, like the annual general meeting, and when we are together with our stakeholders, we really talk much about water, and in that, we get support from the parents, the stakeholders, even the community, and even the well-wishers. So in that, we support our schools in such initiatives. The future plans, we really advocate for infrastructure development. We prioritize in the construction and rehabilitation of water storage tanks. Sometimes you go to a school, you get the tanks are leaking, the taps are not running, or maybe there's an issue with the taps. I know now that we know there are plumbers who come from, excuse me, from places like Kewi, we can get people who can assist us correct those minor things that will assist our schools. We also advocate for monitoring and evaluation. We establish regular monitoring and evaluation system to ensure functional and cleanliness and maintenance of the water, sanitation, and hygiene facilities. All the facilities, we do monitoring as the Ministry of Education. We have a sector called the Quality Assurance and Standards Officers. They are all in our education sector. They go around monitoring our schools and making sure that there is cleanliness, the sanitation, the ratio of the washrooms are equivalent to the students in the school. So we do that regularly to avoid the incident, the unfortunate incident like the one that happened in Mogomo Girls. We also advocate for curriculum integration. We put in something to do with water or access to quality water in our curriculum. Our curriculum is new, but we can infuse such important topics in between so that our learners can pick it, our students can pick it from the early age. As they move along, they will grow knowing so many things about water and also appreciate the need or to appreciate how to take care of it and have good practices. And also the practical skills among the students. They learn so many things from the curriculum to promote awareness, knowledge, and practical skills among the students. We have been told doing things practically, you will learn more and you will know how to solve your small problems in your own way. So curriculum integration is also very important. And suitability measures, encouraging schools to adopt suitable practices like water conservation. You know, in some schools, they can even wait for the rainy season to end before knowing that they were supposed to be doing something during that time. So we advocate for that during the rainy season. To conclude, we also appreciate the knowledge that you will give us today. And as I've said, it will go a long way. It will really support us. It will create a good environment for our learners to learn. You know, when the environment is very good, our students will learn and they will attain the good grades you want, and they will go places the way we really want as parents and as education officers, and everybody else want the education sector to go very far. When the environment is not safe, you know, our learners will be sick, they will be going to the hospital all the time, there will be absenteeism. You know, sometimes when children know that there is no water in school, they can even disappear from our schools. So when there is good, clean water, it encourages even children to come to school. In some areas, children are told to, I'm not talking about Nairobi, but in the rural areas, some children are even told to stay away from school because of lack of water. They go looking for water for their animals or for their domestic use. But when there is water within the school, it encourages pupils or students to come to school regularly. So thank you so much, Kewi, for inviting our office. And we will learn a lot, and we have learned a lot from you, and we will still learn a lot from you. We wish you well, and we wish you God's blessings. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Madam Kurel. And we can give her a more hearty clap. She has mentioned issues safety for learners and hygiene. There is a relation. She has said water conservation. But I want to pose a question to learners. Which subjects are important from today's discussion? Yes. Agriculture. Agriculture. Oh? Health education. Science. 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 Kiswahili. Mathematics. Science. English. Very well. We cannot exhaust the list. So you have seen that we have learned something. That science is important. We saw the work of geography. Muliona geography? You saw what a map does. It's not just a map. It maps where your water is. After you leave here, if you see a pipe leaking, you close it, so that we don't lose water. At this juncture, I want to invite some entertainment. Karibu watu wanalala. I saw somebody trying to sleep. Wapi watu wa entertainment? The students who want to do some dance, kujeni haraka haraka. You dance so that people get into the gear. The event of the day is just about to start. Now we want to bring the competitors on stage. Dancers, please come quickly so that move to the apex of the day. Karibu, karibu.
But I know I'm highly favored. Yeah. See my but I know I'm highly favored.
Alipokwisha kunena, alimwambia Simoni, tweka mpaka kilindini, kashushe nyavu zenu. Yesu alipokwisha kunena, alimwambia Simoni, tweka mpaka kilindini, kashushe nyavu zenu. Bwana mkubwa, tumefanya kazi ya kutosha usiku kucha. Bwana mkubwa, tumefanya kazi hata tusipate kitu. Bwana mkubwa, tumefanya kazi ya kutosha usiku kucha. Bwana mkubwa, tumefanya kazi hata tusipate kitu. Lakini kwa neno lako nashusha nyavu, nashusha nyavu, nashusha nyavu, nashusha nyavu. Bwana kwa neno lako nashusha nyavu, neno lako nashusha nyavu. Yesu kwa neno lako nashusha nyavu, nashusha nyavu, nashusha nyavu.
Separate agenda, ziri agenda, separate agenda, ziri agenda. Kwanza namshukuru Mungu aliyenipoza machungu na maneno ya walimwengu. Kweli Mungu sio mzungu, hafitinishi na majungu, hakuninyima langu fungu. Amepindua agenda, ameharibu agenda, amezifuta agenda, amepindua agenda. pindo. Esa terebuka, lete mutundo. Yeye anasema kamata pindo. Esa terebuka, lete mutundo. Yeye anasema kamata pindo, 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 pindo.
Thank you so much, the CU choir. Thank you so much, the CU choir. At this juncture, I want to hand over to the Principal Kisumu to take us forward. Mr. Paul Maria, please, karibu. Tunaweza welcome na makofi. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, MCA, for the wonderful session you have taken. Now, I think the next stage is going to be a very interesting stage, and this now will require each and every person's attention. I'll do it inviting the moderator, Bwana Gitonga. Principal Chakarega, Bwana Gitonga, to come and take us through this competition. Makofi kwake.
Be here so that the people who will be competing will be able to see the trophies. So we welcome Mr. Patrick. Okay, good afternoon. The sponsors, that is KW 2023 Symposium, KW partners, and all protocols observed. Good afternoon. My name is Al Patrick Kinyanjui, and I started here courtesy of Accerating Solutions Limited. And because I don't want to take most of your time, I want to briefly just say this. From the area presenters who have stood here, there is a word that has not missed in their presentations. And that is the word quality. Quality, quality, quality. Quality cuts across innovations, cuts across presentations, cuts across all who do in our own works, in our own hearts, what we think in our minds, and what we exactly do to ensure that quality is observed. As I've said, quality cuts across all ages, from the young, middle-aged, and to the old. And as has been mentioned here, we have schools, we have a competition that will be taking place right away. And this will be presentations made to us by primary schools around here, secondary schools, and tertiary colleges. And this is the order that we want, this is the order that we'll be observing, because we want to observe, we want to give them time for them to present what they have been doing since they were invited to this symposium. We shall start with the primary schools, which I'm very sure they are very ready. And because of time, you will allow us to cut what you did in terms of presentation to give you each at least 5 minutes. At least 5 minutes. The judges will be here. The trophies have already been displayed to you. Therefore, this is what, by the end of the day, if the judges will see that whatever you have presented is the best, definitely you will be the one to receive what has been placed on the table. Therefore, I'll just read the list. So the first one, as they come to prepare, let the second be preparing to save on time. And our first presenter will be Ruaraka Academy. Ruaraka Academy, where are you? Ruaraka Academy, where are you? Good, thank you very much. Ruaraka Academy, we shall start with a poem to be done by Melissa. Let us invite and welcome Melissa with a high hand clap. Thank you, Melissa. Welcome. The judges, I'm very sure they are very ready. The auditorium, present to what Melissa will be presenting.
Good afternoon. My name is Melissa Kwamboka Mageria. I'm going to represent Ruaraka Academy. Today I'm reciting a poem entitled Sweet Water Poem. There's a white stone with a new name on it. Do you know the name? Not really, only the storm knows. But evident is the river, so full and swollen of it. Water, water, water. Can mankind survive without you? With me harnessing your fountain, today I share the glory. Pant, 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 like a deer on a sunny, dry afternoon. Sip, sip, sip is your quenching name. So refreshed, I can now afford to play my favorite folk game, hide and seek, with my friends. So refreshed, I can now dare to dream and dream out of the worldly imagination and build a castle. Water, water, water. Can mankind survive without you? Today, I make a promise to you, my dear friend water. I renew my commitment to you. From the day I came into this earth, you washed me in the hospital bathtub. The learned ones call it Vanis Caiosa, but do I care? No, I do not care, because from the day I came into this earth, you made me proud. I endeavor to share this. I endeavor to preserve you until my sons, my daughters, and even my great-grandchildren use you. Water is a God-given treasure. Your precious name is water. Water, water, water. Can mankind survive without you? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That is Melissa from Ruaraka Academy. We have an essay from the same school, Ruaraka Academy, which will be done by Immaculate. Immaculate, it's your time. And as Immaculate does her presentation, Kaidre, M-Pesa Foundation, Mark Odhiabo, be preparing.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Immaculate. I'm from Ruaraka Junior Secondary School, and I'm here to explain about my essay. So, water quality is the state or condition of water. The assessment of water quality can be divided into three groups: the biological quality, chemical, and physical. The biological quality is basically the presence and condition of living organisms in the water. The chemical quality is the presence of the right amount of chemicals in the water, and the physical quality of water is basically how it looks, tastes, or smells. Water can be divided into 4 different qualities: potable water, palatable water, contaminated water, and infected water. Potable water and palatable water are normally confused to be the same, but they are not the same. Potable water is water that is safe for drinking, and palatable water is water that contains no objectionable taste and is at the desired temperature, but it is not necessarily safe for drinking. We have the contaminated and infected water. Contaminated water is basically dirty water, and infected water is water that contains living organisms that causes certain diseases such as the waterborne diseases. Contaminated water, infected water, lack of hygiene and sanitation can cause the waterborne diseases such as typhoid, cholera, bilharzia, and dysentery. We know that these diseases can kill because we've experienced one in Mukumu Girls. 3rd of April, there was an outbreak of severe typhoid. 3 girls died and a teacher, and there are others who were admitted in the hospital. And what was
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll be addressing ways in which we can improve water quality and promote water conservation. And the points that I have highlighted are the points that I already talked in my essay, which was already submitted. So number one, I'll talk about the wastewater treatment. So here in Kenya, we have a lot of water that is being generated, which is wastewater from our daily activities. And as it has been mentioned, wastewater can be treated and recycled back to be used for different activities. So with the advancement of technology and from a technocentric point of view, this wastewater can be treated, and the gray water that is being generated from our households, first of all, it is being treated using the wastewater treatment plants. In the preliminary stage, the trash items such as tissue and paper are being filtered out first of all before it goes to the primary stage, where the gravel and the sand from all the waste that has been accumulated in water are being removed, which further goes to the membrane stage, where the water is being made to sit in a membrane for like 6 hours, which allows the organic material present in water, such as the grease and the oil that we use in our household, to float in water, which is then erased using scrubbers, after which the water is disinfected and released to the water systems. But also we need to talk about water conservation and what we really use water for. In our fields, in our swimming pools, you'll find that the water that we use is clean water. So you can find that this is not the right way to use water. Instead, we can have this treated water, which may not be 100% fit for consumption, to be used for purposes of irrigation and also for recreational activities, instead of using potable water in a way which is not supposed to. Number two, I'm going to talk about desalinization. Find that here in Kenya, most of our water bodies are salty water bodies, starting from the Indian Oceans and the salty water lakes. So in order to improve water quality, because we as human beings cannot we cannot consume salty water, so we need to make this water potable. And desalinization is one of the technologies which you can use to improve water quality. Desalinization works in a way in which we use reverse osmosis, whereby the external pressure is greater than the osmotic pressure of the water. And this forces the water to actually move from the high concentration region to a low concentration region, leaving the salt molecules behind. And from that, we can obtain clean water, which we can use. So if the government can embrace such technology, we'll find that our water quality will be improved. through reverse osmosis, which is a form of desalinization, because most of our water bodies are salty and we need to make water potable. Number three, as we address the matter of water conservation, we have to consider that Kenya is developing and that most of us in our households, we use the flush toilets or the pit latrines. A question posed to you is that how much water do we use to clean our toilets? So a technological point of view is that we adapt the use of vacuum toilets such that instead of relying on flush toilets, which relies on gravity to push out the waste from our toilets, vacuum toilets use 50% less water than our flush toilets because it does not rely on gravity, rather it relies on suctioning. Therefore, only little amount of water will be used to remove the waste, while suctioning carries the waste away, compared to the flush toilets and the pit latrines, which rely on huge amount of water in order to clean. Furthermore, we should consider that most of the households in Kenya, we are not well off. So we need to find ways of making water potable for everyone. And given that some of us cannot access those technology and the chemicals that used to treat water, we can take advantage of our climate. Most of the parts here in Kenya are hot and dry. So we have a lot of solar energy, and there's a technology aspect of using solar disinfection to treat water. So what we only need to do here is the government to present clear and transparent jerrycans in which civilians in these areas can keep their water and use solar to disinfect the pathogens and bacteria present in this water, such that we can make water more potable in areas which are facing scarcity. Lastly, during rainy seasons, we need to recharge our aquifers and our water system. Therefore, we need to redirect the rainwater that's coming from the rainwater. We need to recharge our aquifers and our dams and our wells by redirecting the rainwater to these particular water sources, such that even in the dry seasons, we'll have enough water which would have been stored through redirecting rainwater down to the aquifers, down to the wells, and down to the boreholes. Ladies and gentlemen, by this, we'll promote water conservation and will also promote water quality. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much. Something you have picked up from there, a vacuum toilet. Just go think about it and see how best you'll be able to save what you have. Sin Mwangi from Sitam School.
My name is Sean Mwangi from Sitam School Zungong, and Junior Secondary School, and I would like to present an essay on water quality management. The theme is water quality, how to conserve water, water harvesting, and many more. Water is colorless, transparent, odorless, that forms the seas, lakes, rivers, and rain, that is the basis of fluids of living organism. Hygiene is the condition or practices conducive to maintaining health and preventing diseases. Good hygiene practices is the best way to protect yourself from getting gastro or infectious diseases such as colds and flus. Maintaining good personal hygiene also prevents you from spreading diseases to other people. Every one of us is supposed to practice good hygiene to reduce the number of infections in our country. Some of the uses of water are for domestic use at home. For example, washing our clothes and dishes, bathing that improves personal hygiene, irrigation, for example, watering our crops and also our animals. Water is used for an aquarium to keep fish as a pet in our homes because all fish breathe through the gills, and it is also in our day-to-day activities such as construction of buildings or structures. In sanitation is the process
of keeping places free from dirt, infections, and diseases. Diseases can be spread from poor sanitation. Poor sanitation leads to transmission of diarrheal diseases such as cholera, dysentery, typhoid, intestinal worm infections, and polio. There are different types of sanitation such as basic sanitation that deals with using of better sanitary that is not shared by other homes. There's also container-based sanitation and dry sanitation. Sanitation is one of the most important aspects of the community well-being because it protects human health, extends and lifespans and is documented to provide benefits to the economy. There are different ways of improving sanitation, such as providing toilets and latrines that flush into a sewer or safe enclosure, promoting good hygiene habits through education, for example, in schools or advertising in social media apps, building pipes and pumps around villages that can deliver clean water, supporting small-scale water and sanitation projects, and also building hand-washing stations around villages. Water conservation is the practice of keeping water efficiently to reduce unnecessary water usage. There are many ways of conserving water, such as mulching or shading. For example, after planting crops, they grow into a seedling in order to prevent it from dying. We place dry grass or leaves or constructing a shade for the seedling to protect it from drying and contain the soil's moisture, which is known as mulching or shading. There is also reusing water, for example, after washing clothes. The water that has remained, it can be used for washing the home compound or washing the latrines, which is known as reusing. Water, where we reclaim water using a variety of sources, then treats it and reuses it for beneficial purposes such as agriculture and irrigation. Water harvesting is the activity of collection of rainwater. Runoff is the draining of water or substances carried out it from surface area of land or building or structure. The rainwater collected can be stored for direct use or can be recharged into groundwater. Some of the methods of harvesting rainwater is using of gutters. Example is installing gutters on the roof that connects into a big tank which the water is transported when it's raining. And others such as surface runoff harvesting, which rainwater flows away from the surface runoff. It can be caught and used for recharging aquifers by adopting appropriate methods. We can clean water by filtering it using charcoal, fine sand, rough sand, pebbles, and a piece of cloth. We arrange them in order, then pouring dirty water, and it will basically clean the water. We can also boil water to kill germs to prevent infections such as stomachaches. Without water, we can't do our day-to-day activities. Water is important to us as an economy, and we need to take care of it by doing different practices. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Asante sana. Now we are going to have another presentation, and this will be the last one from the primary schools to be done by Mariakani School. Mariakani School. Mariakani School, please, we are waiting for you. We are waiting for you. We are waiting for you. If you are not ready because of time, or you are ready, then we are waiting for you. Kaidre, hurry up. Good, thank you. Thank you. They have a photo here. Let's clap them as they come. Let's clap them as they come. The head boy is reading the team. I'm very sure he's the head boy, isn't it? Yes, sure, he has nodded. He's the head boy. Thank you. Let us see whatever they have for us. For the judges to see you clearly, just be here on the stage. The judges would wish to see you clearly. Yes. The head boy must start exactly at the stage.
Get honors and all the invited guests. In front of you is Mariakani Primary School, ready to present to you our artwork of water quality management. My name is Ezekiel Rioba, and be our guest.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Hilda, and I'm going to talk about water conservation. The one way of water conservation is reusing water. I want to explain the meaning of reusing water. Reusing water is using the already water that has been used to do another thing. And if you see this woman here, she is washing clothes. After she has finished to wash clothes, she can use this water to mop the house than to pour this water. The second way of water conservation is harvesting water. Harvesting water means to take that water from raindrops through the gutters into the tank. If you see this picture here are the gutters. The water gets here into the tank. This water inside the tank we can use for future when there is no water. Thank you.
Another way of water conservation is reducing use of water. Reducing use of water, using without wastage. Like here, if you see, the farmer has used drip irrigation to feed the plants. Like the water from the tank comes through the pipe, and then it comes from these holes of the pipes, and then it starts dripping. So that is how we use water, the amount used. Thank you.
My name is Chantel Mudeu. I'm in grade 6. I'm going to talk about recycling water. Recycling water is treating the polluted water so that it can be used again. The water from toilets, industries, and sewage can be treated in special areas like sewage treatment plants. In this diagram, you can see the sewage treating plants. Thank you. There is another way of conserving water. Mulching is another way. Mulching reduces loss of water. Evaporation is less from this soil. So we can conserve water by, when we plant, we add some dry grass to protect the soil from the direct sun because the water will evaporate. Thank you. Water is water, fresh or reused. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a high clap. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Because of that, water is water. Water is what? Whether fresh or what? Provided you do what they have done in their own innovations. Now, I've said that would be the last one, but I can't be able to deny an upcoming what? An upcoming speech. An upcoming speech to be done by Gabriel from St. Mary's. He has approached me and he is seated here in the chief guest table, and he will be our last chief guest in the presentation on the category of primary schools. Welcome.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, pupils, students, and all protocols observed. I'm here to give a speech on how to properly utilize water. First of all, as we have heard from the people who are giving speeches up here on front, they said that water is essential, right? Now, in order to properly utilize the water, what are we supposed to do? First of all, we're supposed to turn off the dripping taps. For the dripping taps, the amount of water that may be lost for a significant period of time that the tap has been dripping is a lot, and we need to consider put that into consideration, and thus making it mandatory for to avoid dripping taps. Also, we are supposed to use irrigation while farming. This prevents the excess use of water during farming practices. And as the people who have just presented, they talked about mulching. Mulching is also a way of conserving water. This, from the water, if the plant has already been watered and you mulch, it will help conserve the soil moisture, making it less use for water to be used in that particular plant again and again. Also, we are supposed to use water for recreation activities that humans do, and we are supposed to we're not supposed to use the fresh water, but water that is not essential for drinking yet or for any other activities, but we should not use potable water for recreation activities. And another thing is we should always keep the water sources clean. For example, our water bodies. We should reduce the amount of oil spillage we spill in the waters. We should raise awareness to the companies that they should stop releasing the excess products into the water. This harms the fish and the other living organisms in the water. We should put that into consideration. Also, the water used in the schools, we're supposed to be put it into consideration that we should not always be wasting water. For example, you just fetch water from the taps and it was collected from rainwater. You fetch water from the taps, you drink a little, but the rest you just pour it away. That is wastage of water and should be put into consideration. And that amount of wastage of water that you have wasted could have been used for another thing, or you could have put it for later in order for you not to waste the current resources that were put aside. With all that much being said, I thank you all for listening to my speech. May you put all the things that I've said into consideration, and may we save water in our community here in Kenya. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. And here comes a question out of the speech. How many remembered in the morning to close their taps? All. Shall we get to our houses in the evening and find the taps dripping? Thank you very much. Now, I'm pressured. And these young souls are pressuring me when I'm seated here. But I say this, the last and the last. The last and the last. I have a set of 3 girls from Rangata West Primary School. Rangata West Primary School. Kaidre, Rangata West. Karibuni sana. Very beautiful ladies, well matching. Let us see what they will have for us. WRTI, World Drive Research Technical Institute, be preparing. Kaidre? Joseph Wamoni. Be preparing.
Protocol observed. With due respect, good afternoon. In front of you is Langata West Primary School. We are from JSS ready to present a poem about water conservation. Be our guests.
Water, water, water. What is water? No.
I'm not talking about waterborne diseases. Nor am I talking about waterbird. Neither am I talking about watermelon. I'm talking about water. The odorless, tasteless, colorless, God-given gift. Imagine the world without water. There will be no sports, no food, no animals, no trees, and more especially, no life. You may take water conservation as a joke, but let me tell you, the strangest things that could happen in this world is when there is no water. Water conservation begins with you and me. We can conserve water by different ways. These include the 3 R's. These are reduce, reduce, and recycle. With all this said and done, I hope you all have ears.
With all this said and done,
I hope you all have ears. Conservation of water promotes longevity. Water is life and water is you.
Water is life and life is water. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. 3 R's. I came here knowing 2 R's, Richard and Ruth. But now from today, I know 3 R's in terms of water: reuse, recycle, and reduce. Thank you very much. On stage, I want to welcome World Drive Research Technical Institute, Joseph Wamoni. Surely he's geared towards that. Let's see what he has for us.
Judges, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Joseph Wamoni Kamau from Wildlife Research and Training Institute, Naivasha, ready to present a poem in form of a spoken word. Listen, enjoy, and be educated.
As they prepare, Kaidri, you are requested that.
With all this said and done, I hope you all have.
Conservation of water promotes longevity. Water is life and water is you.
Water is life and life is water. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. 3 R's. I came here knowing 2 R's, Richard and Ruth. But now from today, I know 3 R's. Okay, as they prepare, what I was saying that for all those who have presented, Kaidre, because by the end of the day, some certificates will be issued. Kaidre, you are requested to register your full names in the right order to Richard. Richard is there standing, so Kaidre, see him so that you may register your correct and the way you would wish them appear in your certificates. Thank you.
Have you asked yourself what is water? Water is life, supporting different lives. Water has many functions, not even 5. But I keep on crying, my heart is bleeding. Because of what is happening now, that's why I can't keep on lying down. That's why I'm pleading. Dear people, water is life. Let's conserve our water sources. Do you know what I mean? I mean, our water sources have been turned into dump sites by people pouring all kind of things. And still you're saying you're human beings in these kind of scenes. Maji ni uhai na pia ukata uhai. God blesses us with the rain, but that is the time people drains every type of effluent to join the runoff, and they end up into our water bodies. Dear people, water is life. Let's conserve our water sources. Same as to our mother nature, you destroy the water quality, the water fight backs, and that's the reality. But why? Why make the water punish killing innocent creatures? In our water bodies, it is a different story. I think I'm very fluent to plead, but the problem is so tricky for me because there are so many diseases, waterborne diseases, of which has the issue. I think now you see the reality. Dear people, water is life. Let's conserve our water sources. Dear people, let's smile, showcasing our dimples. Let's fight and take the actions, not sitting down on our cushions, while our water quality issues are lacking precaution. And to our good, humbled water quality and sanitation department, I really salute you because of trying to manage our water quality. And in my heart, you have all the ticks. And what I'll say, may God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maji ukata sio kisu peke yake, hata maji ufanya nini? Maji ukata. Thank you. From the same institution, let's have Dadasa with an essay. Welcome. And from here, Kenya has gone digital. There are some presentations that we shall get online. This is from Combo Primary School, Maseno High School, Maranda High School, and KST Vet. Thank you as we watch that.
All protocols observed. The Dr. Dabaso attorney from Wildlife Research and Training Institute in Naivasha. I'm here to present a topic on water quality issues and management in Naivasha. So to start with water quality is the chemical, physical, biological, and radiological characteristics of water. The quality of water can be affected by various factors, such as the natural factors, that is geology and the climate change, the human activities, the importance of water quality on human health. This need to maintain the water quality so that to maintain the human health, since that the deterioration of water quality can lead to various water related diseases. There are different water quality parameters such as the pH, the total dissolved solids, temperature, total suspended solids, so that we have to maintain those parameters so that to have a good water quality that is safe for drinking. So the water quality management. Water quality management is the process of monitoring, assessing, and controlling the biological, physical, chemical factors so as to improve the water quality. So my theme was to choose the thematic area in line with the water quality management topic within my locality. So my locality is Naivasha. So the water quality in Naivasha has many issues. The first is pollution from industries and agricultural activities. As you know that Naivasha has many industries such as the flower farms, the thermal power plant, and manufacturing plants. Those industries discharge their untreated solid waste to the water table, which is the Lake Naivasha, the fresh water in the Rift Valley. So discharging those effluents affects the water quality, bringing about the water quality issues. The second the challenges facing water quality in Naivasha is inadequate waste management. The town has it has poor waste management facilities, and it has the place has poor disposal of waste solid the solid waste. Therefore, the improper management of solid waste end up end up intruding to the Lake Naivasha, affecting the water quality. That can bring up many challenges that, if the water quality is affected, can lead to many health issues, and also affect the aquatic animals in Lake Naivasha. The third challenges is overextraction of the water resources. Many stakeholders in Naivasha depend on the lake. The stakeholders like the industries, the households, the agricultural, use the water in Naivasha for various activities. So there's overextraction of the water, thereby affecting the water quality. Overextraction of water and depending so much on the water affect the water quality. Thereby, it can also lead to intrusion of salt waters in the fresh water, thereby affecting the water quality. So to address these issues, there's implementation of pollution control measures. All the industries in Naivasha should have the treatment plants, so that to treat their waste and discharge it to the lake in a state that does not affect the water quality. The second one is the sustainable agricultural practices. The farmers in Naivasha should use organic fertilizers and organic practices and minimize the use of pesticides and other chemicals in treating the vegetables in treating the agricultural products, so that when discharged into the water, it does not affect the water quality. The third is water conservation measures. This need to bring about the water conservation measures, like the cost reflective pricing by the government. We have to price the water so that there is no over usage of water, or misusing the water. And therefore, it's responsibility for all stakeholders, that is the government, the households, the industries, the farmers, towards ensuring the water is protected and managed sustainably. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good. Now, we want to go straight to online presentations. And I've said, because this one, the presenters will not be here for physically for us to see them, kindly check on the screens and you will be able to see the presentations. At the moment, we just want to have a presentation from Maranda High School. Maranda High School, or they from Kisumu?
Well, my name is Charles Gary, and I have a poem to present. Okay, I'm from Miranda High School, and it's nice to see all of you there. Water, water, water. Your cry is heard above all the banter to get the best you ever had. I want power to make you cleaner, to take care of you as your armor. I want power, enlightened despotic power, to ensure you're well taken care of, under the best of standards and your quality not any lower. I want power, powerful power, to ensure that you're the safest, to ensure that you save lives, avoid deaths over and over, and weather the tempest. I want power, sweet power, to answer your cry, and having less than enough to offer, I still must try. How many times must children die from taking water that is not up to standard? How many times must children, small children with dreams, have to die simply because the quality of water they took was not up to standard? How many times must those children die? And yet we are here. I believe we can all make a difference in any small way, because sustainable development will not be there if we do not do anything. Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Apigiwe makofi mazuri sababu ataipata online pia yeye. The way he has done it online, still there to get it. Now, we are going to get our second online presentation from Maseno High School. Maseno High School. Okay, sorry, thank you. Being corrected that we have two from Maranda High School. So the following one is Maranda High School. After Maranda, we shall get to Maseno High School.
Hurry up. They're waiting, Bana. Hurry up.
So, hello everyone. I'm Akinyi Byron Ochieng from Maranda High School, that's in Siaya County. I'm here to present on the topic water quality management. So statistics show that over 20% of all the deaths that occur annually are water related. Diarrhea caused by unsafe drinking water accounts for 829,000 deaths annually. Including this figure is 300,000 deaths of children under the age of 5. This represents 5.3% of the deaths in this age group. It is saddening that we have to lose kids, children, to water, and most of them don't make it even to adulthood just because of water. Water is said to be an essential resource, but why does it have to cause deaths again? Why do we have to neglect the quality of water that we give to our children so that we end up losing them? If we don't have intentional and genuine approach to ensure that the water we have is quality, our future as a country and as a world is bleak. Over the past and more recently, attention has only been given to the quantity of water and its allocation issues, with very few and minimal attention being given to the quality. This has in turn brought about so many fatalities related to water cases. The World Health Organization estimates that 1 out of every 10 children don't make it to adulthood simply because of being affected by water-related diseases. Needless to say, poor water management has affected many parts of the world. Although developed countries have made commendable progress, developing countries like Kenya are still so reeling under the issue of water poor management. Consequently, these countries continue to rail under the undesirable consequences which are preventable. The deterioration of water, which compromises its quality, emanates from poor sanitation, our untreatment of sewer systems, and our lack of care and ignorance on parts of the consumers. We find that many people don't even know that they're supposed to be using quality water. Most of them neglect the traditional boiling of water, the traditional using of water that has been treated via chemicals. They just say that that's a thing of the past. But this issue emanates and also leads to fatalities from all those numbers, and this poor sanitation has led to a decrease in very high numbers. Contaminated water, on the other hand, can lead to various diseases, including diarrhea, dysentery, hepatitis A, and many others. These brutal yet very valid truths show us that there is need for us to wake up to the call of making sure that the water we have is not only available, but also the quality of it should be ascertained. There are so many ways which you could put in place so that to make sure that the water we have is quality. We should start from our industries. The industries have a major role and actually have the lion's share when it comes to the blame of having our water not the way we want it. The quality of water is mainly compromised by our industries. The release of waste and effluents into our water sources are some of those things that are compromising our water sources. So this industry should be regulated. Their waste material should be ensured that they don't channel it into our scarce water resources. Our strained water resources do not need to be filled with their effluent again. We need to wake up to the call that industry should only be there if they are for the good. The acid rate that is associated with the chemicals and the gases that are emitted from these industries end up in our water sources, and we end up taking in those waters. And this is what leads to many of the deaths in our children. Why should we continue to have the number of deaths rise that high daily? Why should we continue to count on the WHO to give us figures year in, year out about the number of children we've lost to diarrhea and some water-related diseases? One death is one too many. As Kenya, we should learn from what has already affected us. Recently, some schools, including Mukumu, just closed because of poor sanitation and poor water management. This should be a wake-up call, and even we lost some too to that incident. How do you imagine that your child went to school to study, yet is being brought back a diseased person just because of poor sanitation and low quality of water? So having known the gravity that the poor water management has on our side, why don't we look at some of those ways that we should help and enable us to make sure that the water we do have is not only water, but it is quality water that is good for all of us. We should also make sure towards ensuring that we preserve our water. Most of our water sources are infested with plants, aquatic plants such as water hyacinth, which goes hand in hand to making the water have low quality. This water hyacinth release some minerals into the water which are toxic to human beings. So these biological measures should be placed in control so that to make sure that those water hyacinth are taken care of and they're removed from our water sources so that we don't end up compromising our water sources. I know this will come with a price tag on it, but it is better to risk it. It's better to give it our all so that we make sure that our water sources are not compromised. Remember that it is better to prevent than to cure. It is better to take care of that young life, take care of that one single life, that instead of losing our very one and on, our future leaders being lost to it. Moreover, methods of harvesting rain, clean water, we should make sure that we harvest clean water so that we store it and use it in future. And places that don't have water, measures should be put in place so that to make sure that we sink boreholes in such areas to make sure that those people have water, so that they don't have to go to desperate measures such as taking any water that is there. They don't have to cling on their last straws for that matter. Let us make sure that all our places have water, and that water is not only there, but it's also quality water. Lastly, everyone should be sensitized on the benefit of water quality. The fact that taking poor quality water is worse than lacking water should be emphasized so that everyone gets to know that you just don't need water, but you need quality water for that matter. Most of our African countries already have and possess sufficient technology management expertise and capacity to ensure that the current water situation is significantly improved. However, the continuation of the business as usual practices limits the effectiveness of this expertise in our possession. Implementation of new innovative and business unusual management practices, which we are all conversant with and have already bore fruits in other parts of the world, will ensure that our motherland Kenya does not face another water crisis in the foreseeable future. In addition, indefinite closure of schools with dozens hospitalized have shown us that we really need to wake up to that call. I hereby call for a coordinated and concerted effort towards managing that our water sources are of quality. Let us join forces and speak with a single voice that does not only demand for water, but high quality water. Let me finish by giving a thank you with a capital T to the Water Sanitation and Quality Management for bringing about this program to help us sensitize the people that we don't just need water, but we need quality water for that matter. Thank you. This was Byron from Maranda High School.
Thank you too. Let's clap for him. In fact, he's able to see us wherever he is, and they're able to see. And to that, these are competition. These are competition. And we are receiving news that the first presenter from Maranda High School was not visible enough, was not audible enough, so they are complaining on the other side. And with the bench here, we have decided we give him another slot. He presents as the judges. Maybe the judges can be able to pick whatever because we don't want the servers to be opened. We want the servers remained closed after the results have been announced. Therefore, please, let us give the first presenter from Maranda High School a chance that he do whatever he was supposed to do in the right way.
Okay, my name is Charles Gary. I'm from Miranda High School, and I do have a point to present to you all. Water, water, water. Your cry is heard above all the banter to get the best you ever had. I want power to make you cleaner, to take care of you every hour. I wish to give you armor. I want power, enlightened despotic power, to ensure you're well taken care of, at the best of standards and your quality not any lower. I want power, powerful power, to ensure that you're the safest, to save lives and avoid deaths over and over, and be able to weather the tempest. I want power, sweet power, to answer your cry, and having less than enough to offer, I still must try. I want to emphasize that everyone in their very capacity as you're seated here have the ability to help to manage water properly in any way you can. I believe that Kenya as a country, we can do more if we have quality water. A case is mentioned of Mukumu girls that had poor quality water. 2 children died, and that is very sad as a nation. I personally do not actually recommend that people take poor quality water. Poor quality water is a menace to society in that it leads to the death of thousands and thousands of children, leading to heightened attrition rate. Such will lead to depopulation of children, and who doesn't know that children are the future of the nation? Children are the leaders of tomorrow. And I want to stress more that children who are in the graves will not bring Kenya to new heights. Therefore, I want to thank the Kenya Water Institute, for bringing out this forum so that we emphasize on the need for quality water. Once more, thank you for giving this opportunity to present, and I want to ensure, or rather encourage all of you to make sure that every one of you takes quality water, not just water. Remember that. Thank you. I was yours, Charles Gary from Miranda High School. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. The man is now satisfied wherever he is. At this juncture, I want to have Combo Primary School still doing an online presentation. Combo Primary School. Combo Primary. Kindly unmute your mic. Combo Primary, kindly unmute your mic. We are waiting for you.
Sasa. Toka toka. Nani kama unataka huko ya. Atafikia muda tena.
Moja, mbili, tatu. Naam, tumefika. Walio mbele ni wanafunzi kidato kutoka shule ya msingi ya Kongo, tayari kuwakariria shairi lenye mada uhifadhi maji. Naam, uhifadhi maji. La bimode adamana nasi hadi tamati. Makini na chakula yangu kauli na waomba kusikiza karibu na mbali ile yote maji rutuba ya mwili viumbe wote tuvune maji tuvune kwa dhati bila ibada. Mvua inaponyesha kufurika kote kote, udongo kuporomosha milima kama maji safi ya kutosha tunatafuta tusipate. Tuvune maji tuvune kwa dhati bila ibada. Hatua maji kuvuni tuzipe kipaumbele, pasiwe wakuzozana, pamoja tusonge mbele na mikono kushikana tupate maji tena. Tuvune maji tuvune dhati bila ibada. Tujenge mabwawa tosha kuvuna maji mvua, matangi kusimamisha maji safi kutumia. Mvua inaponyesha tuvune maji tuvune kwa dhati bila ibada. Mabomba yanapovuja upesi tukarabati, kufua pasi na maji kunyunyiza kiangazi inapokuja tusipate hatihati, tuvune maji, tuvune kwa dhati tuliyoifanya. Kamati tumetimia, kauli tumeshawapa, si shaka amesikia tusioweza. Tuungane kama miti, tusonge hapa kwa hapa, tuvune maji, tuvune kwa dhati tuyahifadhi. Na bado mwangoja, tumemaliza. Sadaka.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So doctor, chata minimaliza hivyo. Maseno High School will now be on stage. Maseno High School. Maseno High School.
I'm Stephen Ocheni from Maseno School, and I have a poem about quality management to present. And the title of my poem is What is Management? Geographers say the world is round, that gravity attaches all, but solid and liquid. But with no remorse, animals we are. Waste is the game, day in as we rotate. Running in sprints are those who thirst, just for a drop of salvation. By that we must come. God the healer gave us life to drink, but in waste is air, not with the glare. It runs with despair. Oblivious of the state. I will start. I'd like to start. Let me start. By name, I'm Stephen Ocheni. We're changing to Erika Wunda. Erika Wunda, we want to use Erika Wunda as our.
Thank you so much. My name is Ronald Mitich from Kenya School of TVET, and I'm here to present or to echo what my early colleagues have presented. That is the need for water quality monitoring. So I will go direct. Why do we need to monitor? Why do we need to monitor water quality in school? First of all, I feel like the industry is much regulated. For example, the Kenya standards specification for water, that is ES 12/2018, it eludes or it gives out the minimum requirement for monitoring of water in the industry. So I feel because the industry is much regulated, there is also need to monitor water in schools. And also we also have a NEMA standards for effluent and also for water. So the NEMA usually regulates the industry, but for schools, I feel like there's a gap in monitoring the water that is being consumed in schools. So according to a recent was submitted on 14th of April 2023, that was submitted by the Ministry of Health, it was reported that there was an outbreak of an infectious disease in Mukumu girls and Butere boys. So preliminary laboratory studies revealed that the disease was likely caused by a combination of E. coli and Salmonella typhi, which usually occurs when water sources are contaminated by fecal. So these findings are consistent with what one person by the name of Morgan et al. He also reported that students in third world countries do not have access to microbiologically safe water and sanitation, leading to high rate of waterborne diseases. So these findings are also inconsistent with what we are trying to to propose or to recommend, that is the need for water quality monitoring. That is the need of regular water quality testing. We understand that most of the waters that are being supplied in schools, they're either treated by dosing it with chlorine. A study that was conducted by a certain person by the name Kipkoech et al. Indicated that many people dose their waters, but they do not know how to put the correct dosage of chlorine. So this brings the need also to ensure that to ascertain the effectiveness of water treatment, there is need for water quality monitoring, that is water quality testing. A simple test such as testing for free residual chlorine will indicate whether that water has been effectively treated or not. So why do you need to monitor water quality in schools? Number one is that not many people know the correct dosage of chlorine stroke water guard. Number two, also, the Kenya standards, that is the ES 12/2018 specification for potable water, specifies the parameters required for minimum monitoring of water. That is the testing of the total plate count, the fecal, E. coli, the Shigella, the Salmonella. And I think if we subject the waters that are being consumed in schools to a basic minimum water monitoring, it will be so easy to avert incidences of waterborne diseases outbreak. So in conclusion, therefore, regular water testing is critical for ensuring the safety and health of students and staff. It helps to identify potential contaminants and ensures compliance with the regulation, and also protect health and provide peace of mind to all the stakeholders, such as the parents, the teachers, and also the government. So that was my brief presentation, and I'm hoping that the Kenya Water Institute, in conjunction with the government and also in conjunction with all the stakeholders, such as the NEMA and also the public health, can really take keen or take an eye in ensuring that the water that is being consumed in schools are being subjected to regular testing. A simple test such as total coliform counts is usually an indicator of hygiene, and it usually tells a lot about the quality, the microbiological quality of water. It is a simple test that takes around 24 hours, and a simple test such as that can easily help the schools and also the government to avert incidences of waterborne disease outbreak. Thank you so much, and you have yourself a good day.
Thank you. Thank you. Kaidre, I just request for your patience. We are almost finishing. And because Maseno had some issues, I'm very sure they have already corrected it. Let us have Maseno High School and being our last presentation, and then we break. So I kindly request for your patience. Kindly, let us not move in and out. Tuketi kidogo. Tuketi kidogo tumalize.
My name is Marcelo School in Kisumu County, and I would like to present a poem entitled Water's Might. Geographers say the world is round, that gravity attacks both solid and liquid. But with no remorse. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Patrick. Maybe just a small clarification for the students. The presentation for Kewi, they will be done tomorrow. They will not be part and parcel of this competition. They will be competing among us themselves. Therefore, we look for a time for them to be able to present. So we have not overlooked you. Anybody from Kewi? Karibuni sana. So we have.
Okay. Okay. I want to thank the moderator who was carrying out the competition, and not forgetting the chairman. We are going for lunch. I think the desks are remaining empty. Our sugar levels have gone down. So we'll go for lunch for 30 minutes. Then when we come back, the judges, it will be their next turn. So we'll give judges at least 10 minutes because all of us are going for lunch. They compile their report. Then 10 minutes will be done after lunch. We break for lunch. Then we do the presentation of the awards. Otherwise, let me hand over the mantle to our Deputy Director, Academic Affairs. Yes.
We have two dining places. The one to the far edge, where the young Kenyans, our student went, you continue in that place. Then the next one, our other guests can start from there. Yeah, where you took tea. Hawa wanafunzi tuanzie pande ile ingine. Na tupage laini ili tuweze kufanya haraka haraka.
kemenge akura mangaise. Hey mangaise, kemenge akura. Hey kemenge akura mangaise. Hey mangaise, hey mangaise, baba motengera nyangweso. Din din din.
Yeah. The Kisses in the house.
Nyangweso yacha ya boria. Hey ya boria, nyangweso yacha. Nyangweso yacha ya boria. Hey ya boria. Hey ya boria, baba motengera nyangweso. Din din din.
Yes. Usivunje kiti tafadhali.
Boribwa baba keande. Hey keande boribwa baba. Oh boribwa baba keande. Hey keande. Hey keande baba motengera nyangweso. Din din din. Amae baba matogoro. Hey matogoro. Amae baba. Amae baba matogoro. Amae baba. Baba motengera nyangweso. Din din din. Din din din. Din 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 din. Din din din. Din din din. Din 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 din. Din din din. Din din din. Din 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 din. Din din din. Din din din. Din 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 din. Keren 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 kemenge akura. Keren 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 kemenge akura. Din 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 din. Din 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 din. Din din din. Din din din. Din 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 din. Keren 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 kemenge akura. Keren 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 kemenge akura. Din din din. Din 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 din. Din din din.
Yes, thank you. Those who are outside, we're asking you to get in. We are taking you now to coastal region. Enjoy this.
Mangale, 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 unalori mangale, unarau mangale, wamubaraka dama wangu, uchimu balabanda, wamubaraka dama wangu, uchimu balabanda. Mangale, 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 unalodi mangale, kunarau mangale, wamubaraka dama wangu, uchimu balabanda, wamubaraka dama wangu, uchimu balabanda. Mangale. Wamubaraka dama wangu. Muyunaza pekeshe zinalina ngoma we.
Pekeshe mwambire mula muyunaza pekeshe zinalina ngoma we.
Pekeshe mwambire mula muyunaza pekeshe zinalina ngoma we.
Pekeshe mwambire mula
muyunaza pekeshe zinalina ngoma we. Nangoma we, nangoma mwana we, nangoma we, nangoma mwana we, nangoma. Nangoma we, nangoma mwana we, nangoma we, nangoma mwana we. Unasi uno ni muzo muno, beni chocho, halume mudani kulinda maluwa kudezi na sira mulamu zendere endeze mulamu dede zingala bongo kulinda maluwa
enda mudani kulinda maluwa kudezi na sira mulamu zendere
endeze
mulamu dede zingala bongo kulinda maluwa
enda mudani kulinda maluwa kudezi na sira mulamu zendere endeze mulamu dede zingala bongo kulinda maluwa
enda mudani kulinda maluwa kudezi na sira mulamu zendere endeze mulamu dede zingala bongo kulinda maluwa
zingala bongo
kulinda maluwa
kulinda maluwa mulamu dede
kulinda maluwa
kulinda maluwa
kulinda maluwa
kulinda maluwa mulamu dede
kulinda maluwa
kulinda maluwa
Simba ngulume, we simba ya ngulume. Simba ngulume, we simba ya ngulume. Simba ngulume, we simba ya ngulume. Omre, 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 omre. Kulinda maluwa, kulinda maluwa. 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 Voila. Thank you. Thank you for clapping. So right now we want to take you to Central Region. We want to praise God for this afternoon. And we know you have eaten already. You are full. So can you stand and stretch? All of us, can we be upstanding? We need to stretch a little bit so that the food can go in different parts. Stretch, stretch. But we want, hello? I want us to stretch with a style, with music. Listen to this. You follow my routine. Follow my routine, please. Remain standing, please. Yes. Side by side. Kapampu. Side by side. Then you stop. There we go. One step. Yes. Let us do it. Na maribo kidogo. Asimama hapo. Let us enjoy ourselves. Understand? We go back. Yes. Again, we go.
Shamwathani tondu niwe munyumbi Nĩũteithagia ngoro yakwa hĩndĩ ĩrĩa ĩtereire Rĩrĩa andũ maniganĩirwo koragwo hamwe na niĩ Nĩenda kũgũca tondũ we ũrĩ mwega Nĩenda kũgũca Mwathani tondũ niwe munyumbi Nĩũteithagia ngoro yakwa hĩndĩ ĩrĩa ĩtereire Rĩrĩa andũ maniganĩirwo koragwo hamwe na niĩ Nĩenda kũgũca tondũ we
Let us try this. Let us try this. Repete what happens to you are the one going there. Repete my gama moine. Oh no. Aya. Repete como voce. Aya. Aya. Let's try this. Right. Left. Let us try this. Right, then left. Hey, right. Out. Let us hold our waist. Go down, 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 down. Let us go down, down, then up, up. Let us try this. This side. Wow. Yes.
I'm Africa. I'm Africa. I'm Africa. Kumbe.
I gotta do this. We go.
Let's roll away.
We go. I hold your waist. We go down. Down. Hold your waist. We go down. 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 Statue. Remain statue. Okay, you can sit now. Thank you. Yeah.
We now invite the choir to give us one song. The choir, if they're around.
Do you have the choir, please? The choir is around.
Shangilia, shangilia. Piga kelele, kwa Bwana. Shangilia, sifu Bwana, ametukuka, milele, ametukuka, milele, ametukuka, milele, milele, shangilia, piga kelele, kwa Bwana. Shangilia, sifu Bwana, ametukuka, cheza, shangilia Yesu. Bwana, mataifa yote, enyi watu wote mumwimidini, mataifa yote, enyi watu wote mumwimidini. Zaburi 150. Sifuni kwa matari, kila mwenye pumzi nao ametukuka, nashangilia, shangilia.
Makofi kwao. Yeah, I think tunaingia kwa the last stage, which is a award giving ceremony. And before that, there are some schools that are requested to leave. That is Uhuru Gardens Primary, Madaraka Primary, and Langata Barracks. But let me call our guest to proceed with this ceremony, Bwana Matara Kaburi.
Thank you, Banararia. Makofi kwa Banararia. Thank you very much. We appreciate that we are a bit late because we were to do this immediately after lunch. So we want to go straight away to the first category. That's a primary school category. And we are going to award the third position, the second position, and the first positions. So, judges. So I'm going to give the chief judge. I'm told we have a chief judge who's going to give us a statement or two, and then we award. So as we prepare to award, the following guests, kindly you are requested that you'll be giving the awards. We have Sir Charles, we have Mr. Kiage, and we have also our visitor, Madam Daisy. I hope she's around. So we'll be giving the awards in a few minutes after we get this statement from the chief judge.
Good afternoon. Okay, you have answered so well. My name is Jerome Emo. I have been sitting in the judge of the 4, and I'm the one who is going to present the rankings. And I believe all of you have worked so hard to do the presentations. And may I just ask you to clap for yourselves. Before the judges, I think I might not introduce them for now because of time. We are just going to start from the primary schools. The primary schools. We had a competition of 6 primary schools. We did the preparation, the presentation, and I will start reading from the bottom. Sitam Primary School worked so hard and they scored 47. Clap for them. Combo Primary School, which presented through virtual, scored 55%. Ruaraka Academy, I think it was a narrative, scored 59. Now you can guess who are the remaining ones. So might be, I don't know, what is the protocol? We start presenting from the third one or the first one? Okay. So the third school which worked so hard is Langata West Primary School. Pardon? Okay, the representative of Langata West Primary School can come forward.
And this will be given by Sir Charles. Sir Charles, please come to give the prize.
The camera guys should be ready for the photos. I believe you will be staring at the cameras while you are taking the photos. Clap for them. Thank you. Clap for them. Clap for them. Thank you very much, Langata West. That was marvelous. You worked so hard. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Langata West. So we are going to the second school. The second school is, should I say? Yes. St. Mary's. Okay, the representative from St. Mary's can move forward so that can receive the trophy.
I wish to request our very own Mr. Kiage, Chief Water Officer, KC County, to present.
Take photos. Thank you very much. Clap again for St. Mary's. Okay. The top performing school, I hope you can now guess. Mariakani. Mariakani. The head boy is with them.
I wish to request Mr. Kihara Kibuchi to come
Okay,
and
you can
represent.
move. You can move this way. Okay, the camera guys, can you be ready? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can you clap again for? Okay, just a moment, another picture, another picture. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, it's the best performer in the primary school category. Competition. We had several schools. That is, we had Maranda, Ruaraka, M-Pesa Foundation. Unfortunately, Maseno, we could not get them online because of the problem of the network. So for the ones who had a chance of presenting was M-Pesa, Ruaraka, and Maranda School. So we shall start from the third. The third school is Ruaraka Junior. Clap for them, clap for them.
I'd like to request Mr. Oduor, HOD Short Courses, to come and present this prize.
Yes, the cameraman should be ready for the Photoshop. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you, Ruaraka Junior, for the performance. Thank you. The third position, the second position was Maranda High School. Maranda was presented by two presenters. I think the winner was Maranda. The name is Viral. That is the presenter for Maranda. It was virtual. So I don't know how they are going to receive their. Okay. The school will organize on how they are going to receive their presentation or the award. So Maranda, wherever you are watching us, we thank you very much for participating and being number 2 in the performance. Lastly, the best performer in the secondary category is M-Pesa Foundation. I believe we learned from him that there is something called vacuum flash.
Madam Beatrice Langat, kindly come and present. And there's also a gift of a t-shirt going with that. Give that one as well.
Cameras should be ready. Okay, thank you, M-Pesa. Thank you, M-Pesa. Okay. Thank you for leading the secondary schools category. Now, because of time, we are going to the last category, which is tertiary schools and colleges. I think we had several, but some of them could not present online. And even Kenya Water Institute were not able to present, of which we are informed that they are going to present tomorrow. Yeah? This one is what? WRC, yeah? Okay, thank you. Kenya Water Institute, you will be competing within yourselves tomorrow. And we shall also rate, even if it is within the institution, we shall still rate them together. Okay. From the tertiary institutions, we shall start from the lowest, World Research Institute. World Research Institute number 3. For the essay, the one who presented the essay, I know there is a certain confusion. The one who presented the essay. Can you clap for them? Clap for them. World Research Training Institute.
Mr. Makoa, Deputy Director, to come and present these gifts.
Okay, thank you. Cameraman, can you be ready to take a picture for World Research Training Institute? Thank you very much for your participation. Okay, thank you. Can we listen, young boys? Okay, thank you. The second position was taken by Tivet. I think he presented online. Yes, it was virtual. Clap for him. Wherever he is, we highly appreciate you for participating virtually, and you are in the second in the position of tertiary institutions. So the institution, the college will organize on how he's going to get his trophy and the certificate. So, okay, the topmost in the tertiary institutions is again World Research Training Institute. Clap for him. Clap for him. Thank you. Thank you.
May
you can present.
May I kindly request Sir Charles to come again and give this gift? Thank you.
Yes, cameraman, can you take photos now as we get the presentation? Thank you. Thank you so much, World Research Institute, for topping the class of tertiary institutions. Okay, thank you for all the participants. I'm highly informed that each and everyone who has gotten the trophy will be presented with a certificate of which the college will organize for it, and you will just visit the office and you will have your certificates. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tuwapigie makofi sisi wote. Tumeshukuru sana. That was wonderful, wasn't it? We need now to go into the second part of the program, which was supposed to be presentations after lunch. So what we have just done is what we should have done before lunch. And we have a number of presentations. Tutulie tafadhali, one meeting. So we want to have a number of us come and give their presentations. The excitement at that corner. There's a lot still you're going to learn from these presentations. I was told when I was a long time ago in a student such as yourselves, that when there's noise in a class, you don't increase your volume, you reduce it. So I'm going to start reducing my volume until everybody keeps quiet. Mr. Kiage, sir, I wish to ask you to kindly come. Dr. Kiage, I'm correctly. Karibu sana. Yeah. So after Dr. Kiage, then we shall have the second presentation. Please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hey, students. Good afternoon, everyone. Needless to say, I'm glad to be back home. I was a lecturer in this institute for about 8 years, from 2012, and I left in the year 2020. I left for Kisii University. After there for some time, now on unpaid leave, working with Kisii County as a chief officer in charge of water, environment, climate change, and natural resources. So I'll do a presentation which is 2 parts. Hey, for those students, we are going to take your certificate away. Group which topped, it is issues to deal with water quality. I don't know if the Ruaraka team is here. Where is that girl? There's a young girl who presented. They have left, What she said about water quality was always question number 1 in my exam in this institute. Water quality 1. Define water quality. And whatever she said, that is exactly the answer we expected at a diploma level. But in the interest of time, I want us to look at what is water quality, what is related to it in terms of pollution, and what are the consequences and the innovations that have come to address issues to deal with water quality. Now, that is my presentation outline. We'll look at water scarcity. We'll look at water quality and pollution. We'll look at the current water treatment technologies, innovations which have come up, and also we'll look at challenges in water quality management. And then there's something that the director said about climate change. Anything now must be linked to climate what? Change. Because when we have got climate change, the first thing that we affect is what? Water. Kenya has seen the worst drought for the last how many years? 40 years. And if we are not careful, we are going to experience it more and more. Next slide. Now, the only amount of water that is available for us to use on Earth is 0.5 what? %. Now, 95%, we cannot be able to use it. But as the climate is changing, it is affecting that supply in very, very bad proportions. Next slide. Now, globally, there are about 2 billion people. How many people? 2 billion people. That's about 26% who do not have access to safe and clean what? Drinking water. Out of this, almost a half, that is 46%, translating to 3.6 billion, they lack access to safely managed sanitation. And that is where water quality comes into play. Whatever we are doing it here, we are not doing it as a matter of competition, but we are doing it to sensitize the young and the old on the issues to deal with water quality. Next slide. Now, issues to deal with water scarcity. Africa is the one which is worst hit. There is no country right now that is sufficient Okay, statistics show that in Africa, water scarcity is likely to increase by the year 2025. How many years are we from 2025? 2 years. We have started noticing it. Nairobi has rained about 2-3 weeks ago. But if you go to the northern parts of Kenya, they are not receiving rain. If you go to Somalia, they're not receiving rain. If you go to Chad, they're receiving no rain. Now, what is causing this water scarcity? Number one, we have got rapid population growth. Census was carried some few years ago. And our population stands at what? 50 what? About 53 million people. Now, let's take an example of South Sea. In the early 70s, the old buildings you're seeing there, the amenities and the facility, for example, the sewerage system could be able to hold. But now people have increased. We're having skyscrapers in form of what? Housing units. But does the demand of those houses meet the available amenities? No. And those are some of the challenges. Number two is issues to deal with climate change. What is climate change? You've heard of something we call global what? Warming. An average increase of about 1 degree centigrade per year. It looks small, but it has got significant effects when it comes to the what? To the environment. Then lastly is issues to deal with what? Industrialization. I think majority of those people at this side, you remember what? The Industrial Revolution. Now we are having industries almost everywhere which demand water in their processes. So those are the major reasons as to why we're having water shortage. Now, what are the consequences of this water scarcity? Agriculture definitely will be hampered. Initially, Rift Valley used to be the breadbasket, Trans-Nzoia. But now, because of the changing weather patterns, we are currently importing maize from which country? Zambia. We're importing maize from Zambia, something which never used to happen. Then it also leads to widespread diarrhea what? Diseases because of access now or consumption of water that is contaminated. And this mostly affect children because of their low immunity. Then lastly, it deals with issues to deal with loss of biodiversity. Because the environment encompasses everything. Once we lose biodiversity, for example, some lakes, at some point, they will dry up and we might never reclaim them. Now, water quality technical deals with the three aspects which were mentioned. I may not take much time on that. We have got chemical properties, we have got biological properties, and physical properties. Because of the audience I'm having this side, I might not go into the details of that. But all this, the young learners, this is all about science. Are you together? When you talk about chemical properties, that is from chemistry. When you talk about biological properties, that is from biology. And when you talk about physical properties, these are things that you've measured. One thing that you know of is temperature and pH. Next. Now, this image shows the sources of what? Water pollution. And remember, water pollution can happen at two levels. One is the surface water, and two is the underground water. Let me talk about the surface water. If you look at that picture, you can see we have got farm. And from the farms, we use fertilizer, and we use what? Pesticides. Very few studies in Kenya have documented surface water contamination by fertilizers and pesticides. You can see industries, sewage treatment works. For example, the one we have at Ruai. I don't know what we have, we will do with it. We discharge a lot of waste. Instead now of using fresh water to do construction, that recycled water from what? The treatment works in Ruai can be recycled and sent back for people to use it in the construction industry. Next slide. So normally there's a relationship between climate change and its effect on the quality of water. Two major issues there. One is that as the temperatures rise because of global warming, we are likely to experience more and more floods. But people might say I'm contradicting myself. No. In climate change, it can lead to higher floods, or it can lead to what? To drought. And normally, when we have got increased floods, there is a lot of sediments which is deposited into our water sources, which makes the water unfit for human consumption. Now, these are the consequences of poor water quality. We have things to deal with: cholera, diarrhea, dysentery, gastroenteritis. We have got amoebis, malaria, typhoid, etc. That falls under microbiological. I'm going to show you other consequences of contaminated water. Next slide. Now, there are now pollutants, especially in underground water. And I understand in this crowd, majority of us come from Nairobi. And this is where I want us to listen and listen very carefully. We have got issues to deal with fluoride because of underground water. There is an emerging issue of a contaminant we call arsenic. I'm going to show you. Thank God you have taken lunch. Otherwise, if I could show the image which I'm going to show you next, they can make you not eat meat for the next 3, 4, 5 days. Then we have got mercury. And lastly, we have got iron. Go back. So these are the health effects of fluoride. Normally, fluoride in water is not supposed to exceed 1.5 parts per million, or generally known as milligrams per liter. How? This is a lady who has got issues to deal with what we call dental fluorosis. This is from Kambimoto near Nakuru, in Nakuru County. Now, normally, when these levels of fluoride are above 1.5 ppm, then we are likely to suffer from those two conditions. One is dental fluorosis from that lady, and then we have got skeletal fluorosis. You can see those pictures are from Kenya in Turkana. Next. Now, what are some of the statistics of fluoride contamination in Kenya? Research has shown that 19 million Kenyans are exposed to issues to deal with fluoride or fluorosis. And that is according to the Kenya Society for Fluoride Research. Now, there is one common member of the Nairobi Assembly, known as who? Robert. Do we know the blogger? Robert who? Look at what he posted. He said, this is somebody who posted in his group. Doctors are speaking and save Nairobi water. Hey, Alai, I am a dental surgeon in Nairobi. My practice is actually in Kileleshwa off Riverside Drive. The number of kids, sasa wale wazazi hapa ndio nataka tusikize. The number of kids we are seeing with dental fluorosis or browning of teeth in Kileleshwa due to high levels of fluoride in bowl water is crazy. Then also one other guy replied to that tweet and he said, I am an official at the Kenya Dental Association and we have severally talked about this. I am always on TV stations trying to sensitize people on this. Research and fluoride mapping by my colleagues in the Department of Public Health has shown areas with fluoride levels up to 2,700 milligrams per liter. And what is the requirement? 1.5 milligrams per liter. But now we have got boreholes in this Nairobi with 2,700 milligrams what? Per liter. This is a challenge to Kenya Water. Have we ever done any fluoride mapping? We haven't. Every day, I remember when the NMS came into place, they were sinking boreholes everywhere in Nairobi. But how safe is that water for us? So when we go back, children, even those in schools, there was a madam from the education department here. Please, with your quality assurance, guys, anytime you sink a borehole, those results you get is not just but a piece of paper. They communicate a lot. And there's this common saying, they say, if you want to hide something from a Kenyan, put it in what? Put it in a book. The moment you see those values, especially for fluoride, it is more than 1.5 milligrams per liter. Don't give your children that water. Use it for mopping. Unless you have a technology to remove fluoride. And I'm going to show you one of those technologies that can be used for fluoride removal. Now, boreholes in Gilgil have Gilgil Elementaita, that is in Nakuru County. Averagely, they have reported 6.57. And for those who have a brother or sister in those higher ranks, either in the military or in the police, they're very careful when they're employing people in that area. Reason being, because of the increased fluoride levels in water and continuous exposure, their bones are weak. So when they expose them to those extraneous exercises, unapata tu mtu anavunjika kama kuni. So they are very careful on that. Now, boreholes in Nairobi. This is Davis and Shatcliffe. I saw them, they have a stand here. From their lab, they have discovered that there are boreholes within Nairobi that have got levels of about 15 ppm. Right? I don't know what percentage is that. Next. Now, that is arsenic. Look at that picture. This is in West Bengal in India. Do we have this thing in Kenya? Normally, the World Health Organization requires that levels of arsenic in water should not exceed 10 parts per billion. For fluoride, it was parts per million. But for arsenic, it's parts what? Per billion. However, any levels above this is dangerous. And one of its health effects is you are at the risk of contracting cancer of the skin and cancer of the liver and sometimes cancer of the stomach. Next slide. This thing is now happening in our country. Are you seeing this picture? Where is it? Marsabit what? Kenya. If you go to YouTube, it's only that we don't have enough time. If you happen to go to YouTube, just search for a video entitled Desert of Death by Dennis Onsarigo. Desert of Death by Dennis Onsarigo. You will see now these people who have been affected by high levels of arsenic in boreholes in the northern part of Kenya. Actually, all of them now are deceased. Especially that kid is gone. That lady is also what? Gone. Next slide. Now, what are some of the statistics in terms of arsenic contamination in Kenya? Some boreholes in Nairobi have been found to record of about 4.5 what? Parts per billion. Is it high or low? Is it high or low? No, it's still within the limit. Remember, the limit is 10 parts per billion. But what is the risk? Is that continuous use of what? That water. Then you will expose yourself. That is why then a policy, I think there was, when the director was opening this symposium, he said about policy. Now there must be a policy. Every borehole that is drilled, you must analyze the levels of heavy metals, particularly arsenic, cadmium, and mercury. Very important. Then in some lakes, for example, Lake Elementaita, it has reported about 1.89. Also, in some parts of East Africa, Rift Valley, levels of 22.7 have been reported, and it is all documented in terms of statistics. Next slide. Now, what are some of the water treatment technologies that have been used to alleviate these problems? Number one, we have got membrane technology, and a good example is reverse osmosis. Children, how many of us have seen reverse osmosis? I think Ken, after this, take them and show them the reverse osmosis out there. Then we have got bone char for fluoride. I'm going to show you classic examples on how. Bone char is just simply you crush bones, and then you expose to very high temperatures, and then you make something out of which can. Then we have coagulation and precipitation, mostly which is used in our normal treatment works. Right? Then we have got for microbial, the common one, chlorination. And all these have got their advantages and what? Disadvantages. Next slide. Now, this is a reverse osmosis. Very efficient machine. But there is a rider in terms of caution when it comes to this machine. One, this machine is very expensive. Not everybody can afford it. Two is that it can render the water minerally flat. It is quenching your thirst, but you do not obtain the minerals because it has the capability of removing all those minerals from water. So for those dealing with reverse osmosis, always make sure there is a balance, what we call the product and the reject, so that the water you're supplying is safe. Next. So this is bone char. Bone char is being done in Nakuru. Anybody who comes from Nakuru here? The Catholic Diocese of Nakuru is seriously implementing this. One thing is that it's a simple adsorption process and it's cheap. However, some of the challenges associated with it is that the water has got a bad taste. Number two is the next slide. So that is a household filter that the Catholic Diocese has done. And that is a community-based. The one on the right, that's a big one. Now, one other demerit of bone char is socio-cultural acceptability. What does that mean? We are using bones. Now, imagine our colleagues from the Muslim community at Jue, these bones are from a pig. Can they use it? They can't. So that is also one of the demerits. Next. We have got microbial contamination of water. And there is a classic example which has been running since morning, especially for the competitors. That was the Mokumu girls case. Now, it was purely microbiological, but you saw the casualties that we had. Now, for microbial decontamination, you can use three things. We can boil the water. That's number one. And boiling, of course, it costs fuel. That's the problem. But to some extent, is the most efficient in killing microbial contaminants in rural setup. Then we have got chemical treatment. whereby we use chlorine. I'm going to show you the advantages of chlorine and the disadvantages of using chlorine in water treatment. Then lastly, we have what we call UV disinfection. UV stands for ultra. You've seen even the slums, people getting the water, they put it in a bottle, then they put it on what? On a rooftop. Right? It is the same science which is used here. Next slide. Now, for chemical disinfection, especially chlorination, there is a problem with us Africans or as Kenyans. Wangapi wamaitumia Aquaguard hapa? Aquaguard. That tablet is purely chlorine based. People think the more you add, the more effective it's going to become. But that is ignorance. The acceptable limits for chlorine in water is 4 parts per million, 4 ppm. But in some instances, especially, this goes to my brother Sir Charles, most of the treatment works do not observe this. And you'll always, if you are keen, you will smell chlorine. And once you smell it, please don't consume that water at that point. Put it in a container, leave it for some time for that chlorine to do what? To lessen its levels. Now, what is the demerits of using chlorine? Number one, it is the bad smell that comes from what? The water, also the taste. However, the health effects, if the levels of chlorine are above 4 ppm, number one, you're likely to form what we call trihalomethanes. A good example is chloroform. These kids might not know chloroform. Where do we use chloroform mostly? At any given point in time, you will be injected with chloroform. True or false? Except a few of our brothers. Wakienda, saa 10 kama ijafika, ameenda. The moment you will die and you'll be preserved in a mortuary, you must be injected with what? Chloroform. Chloroform is a preservative. But even as scrupulous business people, especially even the milk you consume from these so-called automated teller machines for milk, be careful. Most of them, they use chloroform to preserve that milk. Now, this chloroform has been associated with what we call congenital abnormalities, especially for very young born children. One example is that umesikia he has a hole what? In the heart. That is one of the causes of that is what? Chlorine. Then it has also been elevated levels of chlorine in water has been associated with blood and what? Rectal cancer. By the way, you can realize that in the country right now, the level of cancer or the number of cancer cases is always what? Going up. Have we investigated? Could it be the water that we are consuming is contaminated? That goes back to Kewi. Next slide. So that is the application of UV, where we use light of a certain wavelength, which kills, which interrupts the DNA of a microorganism, which eventually leads to its death. Next slide. Now, what are some of the challenges that are encountered when you're trying to carry out water quality management? Number one is lack of an up-to-date database. Mr. Kaburi, there is nowhere you will go and get this database, even if it's the Ministry of Water. And that one should come as a policy. That database should be domiciled within the Kenya Water Institute. Anytime, any borehole sent, we have the results, we key it in the database. Number two is poor surveillance. Boreholes are being sunk everywhere, including in villages, because somebody has gotten some tender in government, he has gotten 15, 20 million, he doesn't want to go to the river and get good water, he's sinking a borehole. Not knowing the deeper you go, the dangerous the water becomes. Then we have got lack of modern water laboratories for continuous water quality monitoring. You mentioned about central laboratories, Sir Charles. Now, I'm very sure if you go to the central laboratories, we don't have latest or modern equipment for heavy metal analysis. We are always used to the wet chemistry. For example, we need an ICP-MS. You send samples from Kakamega using Kukena Sako. In the evening, samples are here, tomorrow you have results, but we don't have. Because, of course, I understand about funding. Then also, poor dissemination. I think there's some disturbance. Teachers, if you could allow us finish. So, poor dissemination of water quality study findings. We don't have that. Next. So, some interventions which have been made, and these are local innovations. We have got Chujio Ceramics, which deals with microbial, and it has been found to reduce 60 to 70% of diarrheal cases in Kenya. Next slide. This is a nanofilter which has been made using a technology which is now hot research known as nanotechnology. This is in Tanzania. This guy has gone serious international awards, whoever came up with this. And this one can remove fluoride, bacteria, and amoeba. Next. This is called AMRIT. AMRIT stands for arsenic metal removal using Indian technology. This one has been used to solve the cases of arsenic poisoning, and I have interacted with it by an innovator known as Professor T. Pradeep. He has got a contract in India which was given about 5 years ago to prepare those materials, because from his lab is the one who has discovered it. But he has not been able to fulfill even 5%. And he doesn't want to give intellectual property rights to another company to manufacture his material. Now, this technology can be able to reduce arsenic from 300 parts per billion to less than 10 ppb. Next. So, what is the nexus between climate change and water? Water is always at the center of what? Climate change. The moment we touch water, then everything else becomes what? Meaningless. That's what they were saying, what? Water, water, water. Can do without you. Next. So, I don't want to go to this. Next. 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 Now, we never know the worth of water till the well is what? Dry. And we are feeling, or we have started feeling the heat. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kiage, for that wonderful, wonderful presentation. You have taken us through where we have come from, where we are, and where we are likely to end up if we don't solve some of these challenges that affect water quality. I wish now to call on the Managing Director, SIBO, Engineer Mike, to also give us his presentation. I know time is really pressing, so kindly see how you can compress it without missing any value that you're going to have in your presentation. Karibu sana, Engineer Mike.
Thank you very much. I'm
very
going
sorry.
to take the shortest time possible.
I'm very sorry. I really have to give you another task as you prepare to start.
Yes.
I'm told that you are to also present our judges with their gifts. immediately kindly do that, and then you start your presentation. Mr. Kitonga, maybe you can let us know the order in which you to gift our judges. Okay. So, engineer, kindly you are to give the following gifts to Jeromo Oyekepe. Jeromo, where are you? Emo Jeromo Oyekapai. Forgive me if I've pronounced it in the way it's not supposed to be pronounced. So, there's a present for you, sir. Thank you very much, Bana Oyekapai from Quantum Industrial Lab. Isaac Karaoke, Director, Accerating Solutions. Let's clap for our judges. Thank you very much, and we appreciate the very good work you have done. Bana Karaoke, our director. The third judge is Samuel Kamau Maina. Samuel Kamau is not here. The next judge was Lydia Njoki. Lydia here? Okay, they'll get their gift. And last but not least is Mr. Patrick Musheru for Accerating Solutions. Thank you so much, Bwana Patrick. Now I want to request that we continue clapping until Bwana Patrick akae chini. Asipokaa chini, tutapiga makofi mpaka Mungu arudi. Thank you so much. Engineer, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'll not take much of your time. I believe the objective of the workshop has been achieved so far from the presentations that we had, especially from the students, from the pupils. They have done much work for us, and I will not labor you by repetition. I'm called Michael Ogol. I'm working for a water company. I'm the managing director. So we are a beneficiary of most of the students from KEWI. A number of them have been trained by KEWI, and we are happy for the work they are doing for us. Many speakers have really synthesized the objective and the theme for the workshop. I'll want to talk on two main things. That is, how does water quality affect the water supplies and hinders access? Because I think that is our theme, and sustainability for the services. So many slides that have been touched on, I'll not want to repeat. So I'm going to concentrate on a few. So please, on slide 6. Allow me to be closer. Initially in the morning when we were starting the workshop, I think Sir Charles unbundled the theme and say that we have no option but to provide quality, clean, safe, and affordable water. And that is anchored in our constitution, article number 43D, our Environment Management and Coordination Act, and also Sustainable Development Goal number 6. So water quality is something that is legally recognized and must be adhered to. We continue. Now, this one also, I think the Daktari who have just spoken has given us the levels, and this is in respective to the potable water. I think there was a young girl who spoke about the different types of water, the potable, palatable, infected, and contaminated. So this one I don't want also to go into. Maybe if you are interested, you can see me later. Now, my concentration will be on this. How does water quality affect water service provision? And I want to look at it under 3 dimensions. That is abstraction level, treatment and distribution, billing, and collection and sustainability of the water company. Go to the next slide. Now, this is a picture I took for one of our treatment plants. It's a lake. And you realize that during the time we had a presentation for the Daktari, he mentioned about global climate change and global warming. And at the time that we had serious drought in Kenya, usually during the day,
we know the land gets hot faster. And the water bodies, they got heat pole pole. But at night, you find that the lake water is too hot and the land is a bit dry. So what happened during that time, for those who are living around Kisumu and especially the Lake region, the water was blackish. And what happened is that the bottom water there was a bit hotter than the water at the top. So the dead bodies that has been accumulating at the lake, the water hyacinth, and many other things that are under the bottom of the lake, they used to come up. And it was a big challenge treating water, and the cost of operation was a bit high during that time. And again, you could not treat water during the day. So we had to treat water at night when now the smell has gone down slightly, and also you need not use more chemical. If you try during the day, then you find it that it is very, very expensive to treat because you have to do pre-chlorination, and also you have to do just a little of it because you have to remove the black objects now and again. Number two, so in this case, my consideration that the water quality affects the operation and maintenance cost of a water company by you have to increase. If the quality of the water you get from the abstraction points are not within the range, then your operation and maintenance cost will be really high. And in the net effect will be, access will be denied to many people. Go to the second slide. This is one of our, one of our intakes. During the rainy season, I think we mentioned it, that climate change makes us to have high rainfall or low rainfall, which is drought. So this is one of our treatment plants, and you find that during the rainy season, we used to even have dead bodies in these screens here, tapped somewhere here. And we have to hire police to remove the bodies, and we also have to do a lot of chlorination so that the water can be safe for the consumers. And the net effect is our operation and maintenance cost went high, and we had a reduced time for operation. We normally operate around 20 hours per day. But if you sense that there's a dead body in the water, you will not operate for 2 days because you have to clean all sedimentation tanks, filters, and you also need to disinfect distribution system. So it was a big challenge to us. The next slide. This is what has been talked about, the metals in water, especially the bowl water. Bowl water, you find that there's a lot of fluoride and some iron. And some areas we are supplying through boreholes, but the major challenge is that you find these kind of metals in water make people not to like that water, and therefore you have to treat it to that standard, and the cost of treatment goes high. And then again, the hill, most of the boreholes, they don't have the rightful quantity, so you are not able to supply. It impedes the water supply and accessibility. And what I can advise that for borehole, unless it is unavoidable, avoid borehole water because you don't have control on your neighborhood. You can be having a borehole or a shallow well, but your neighbor has a pit latrine, and water does not have boundary. Water does not know Kenya Kwanza, bottom Kwanza, Azimio. Water will flow freely, and therefore the best thing, if you can, avoid the borehole because you don't know most of the thing. And then again, I want to also to avoid you this water, unless you know where it has come from. I've seen churches, you remember some places somebody packaged the same water that is from the river. They have just put some aqua. They have removed the physical parameters are okay, but you don't know the organic matter and other chemicals inside. So if you are within a water utility, please drink their water directly from the tap because most of them, they comply with the standards. But the bottled water, unless you are sure of the quality. Can go to the second slide. This is about suspended solids and related to quality. You realize that some of the infrastructure that we are supplying water with, especially the old pipes, most of the water companies were formed a long time, and the pipeline that was in use during that time is GI pipes. So you find that the pipes are already corroded, and still some of them are still being in use. So there's an issue of quality as a result of the old dilapidated infrastructure that some companies are using. For those who have enough finances, they have started replacing these old pipes so that you can be able to guarantee the quality of water you are supplying to your people. This one you pass. Yeah, this is going to be second last. Now, how can we manage water quality, or what are the best practices for water quality management for a water utility? A practical case.
for where I work for. So we have said that for a water company, we look at 3 stages. We look at water abstraction, where you get your water. You look at where you treat your water and how you distribute it or you convey it to the consumers. And some of the practices that we can adopt to ensure that we guarantee quality is, first, we have to take care of our catchment. You protect our catchment by planting trees, plant enough vegetation so that most of the sediment can be retained upstream to avoid getting a very heavy contaminated water. 2, we can control soil erosion management practices in relation with authorities. We can also look at control disposal. I think somebody talked about it, that for people who are in car wash business, for those people who are in garages, you need not to dispose everything into the drains, because at the end of the day, this waste will lead into a river somewhere. So we need to control. Then inform designs. When we are doing the treatment works designs, we need to look for areas where we can have a fairly clear water so that we can reduce the cost of operation and maintenance. And there's a technology in some cases where you don't just abstract water directly. It goes through an infrastructure, a vortex, that reduces the sediment load into the treatment plant and ensure that the quality is a bit sustained. Then proper groundwater study. Before we do a borehole, a shallow well, it is good to look for an expert that will guide you on the amount of water you are able to abstract, and at the same time, what is the quality of that water. Does it have fluoride? Does it have iron? And do you have an alternative? And then social factors in this, especially upstream, what we are doing in some cases, we talk with the farmers and we advise them not to use the fertilizers. This fertilizer we buy from the shop, but you can use organic fertilizers. You can use cow dung and other organic fertilizers because they are not very harmful to human health as opposed to the ones that we buy from the shop. Go to the, I think the second last slide. So how do we ensure proper quality at the treatment works, distribution and usage? I think Chitechi talked about it and other people. So what we need to do here is right application of chemical. We need to determine how much chemical do we use so that we don't overdose. And this come key in actually determining how much water do we need to produce. You use analysis like the ones for turbidity, chlorine demand, and the rest. And it's very key, very, very key that you adhere to the standards that I showed you in slide number 3 for each and every parameter, because the World Health Organization has already given us a guideline on each and every parameter. And again, you need to have skilled personnel. I know it's hard to get work or job in Kenya, but issues of considering relatives or friends without having right qualification in water, I will discourage. Not bad to consider people, but consider people with the right qualification so that you can enhance quality from the kitchen. Then we need to have safe infrastructure, especially when we are doing a pipeline. Make sure that you have a safe pipeline. We avoid asbestos, which are causing cancers. And also we look at the condition of that infrastructure. We need to have a maintenance schedule that at a given time in life of a pipeline is being replaced so that we don't expose the lives of people to danger. And then social factors. I've said there are some people who are stealing water, and when they start stealing water, they don't bother whether by the time they cut the pipe, there will be some dirt getting into the pipeline and it can cause some diseases. And then on the storage, yes, good to store water, but you should know for how long, because sometimes we have good roof catchment, but you don't clean those storage tanks, you don't disinfect, and therefore it will really affect the water quality. Lastly on that, I can say also some people overdose or overtreat. You have already maybe have water from a water company and you are able to access aqua or other tablets. You decided to add without having an expertise on knowing what are the limits. So let us not treat water if we are not an expert. Let us get the advice on our expert on this. Otherwise, thank you. I didn't want to have a long presentation because everybody has spoke in everything. Thank you very much. I had my team. I just want to ask them to stand and wave. My staff from Siaya and my staff from Kakamega as well.
Thank you, thank you. I'm happy for you. May God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer. That was a very wonderful presentation. Short, straightforward, and impactful. And I particularly liked what you finished with, that for anybody who wants to do any water treatment, get the experts. And the experts come from Kenya Water Institute. We train the best. I think that's the point in time we want to pause. I want to give the mic to the Deputy Director in charge of research to give the closing remarks. But before we do so, we had quite a number of guests who may want to say a word or two. We don't want to close this session without hearing from you if you had a word to say. We have had many guests. Some of them have just been listening patiently since morning. So before I give the mic to Mr. Makoa, anybody who wants to give your comments? Even any presenter, if somebody has a presentation also you want to present. I got to meet some very good friends. Thank you, madam. We'll give you a minute. I got to meet some very good friends from BAT this afternoon. I see you're here. You also have a presentation, or you just a remark? You'll make a presentation today, yeah? Immediately after this, madam, you have a presentation? So, okay, just come, please. Yes.
So, good evening, everyone. I think it would be unfair because I came here in the morning when there were no people. I waited to present my presentation, and it will be unfair if I just go. So, my name is Dorcas Ndunge from the University of Nairobi, and I'm here as an ambassador of the University of Nairobi. I'm coming from the Faculty of Engineering, Department of Environmental and Biosystems Engineering. And we got an invitation to come and present some of the research works that we are doing. And I will take you through technology that we are currently researching on water management, which is called the super absorbent polymers. So we can go to the next slide. I'll not tell you the situation of Kenya. So the last point, where I'm introducing you to super absorbent polymers, it's something that can be used to store water in situ, meaning that it can store water within the root zone of crops, and it can store up to 1,000 of water. So when you put it in the soil and irrigate, you can take as much time as 1 week before you irrigate. So let's move to the next slide. The next one. Kindly. So the next one, this is how SAP operates. You can see in the first picture is SAP in form of and when you put it in the soil, when you irrigate, it's what we have in the last picture. It absorbs and expands. To bring this home, when you buy new shoes or a new bag, you usually find a sachet of something that looks like salt. That is a kind of super absorbent polymer. But we have specific one for irrigation, which is non-toxic and it's safe for the environment. So it does the same work. Even diapers, what we find in sanitary towels is the same technology that I'm talking about. So we can go to the next slide. So to do this research, we were funded by the National Drought Management Authority, and we did some work in Kitui to see how does it really affect water management. And we had different levels of SAP and different levels of irrigation. So there are some crops that we were irrigating after 3 days, after 4 days, 5 days, 6 days, and 7 days to know how does SAP help to reduce the amount of water that you irrigate. So we planted some vegetables, that is managu and cowpea. And people there, they usually irrigate after 2 to 3 days. But the research showed that, the next slide, the research showed that you can irrigate, you can skip 7 days before you do the next irrigation operation, and your vegetables will survive. So the water use efficiency, when we were doing this, we considered the amount of water that was put in the vegetables and what you get, or rather the quantity of vegetables that we harvested. Then when you divide the yield divided by the amount of water, that is what we were calling as the irrigation water use efficiency. Kindly proceed. So you can see the ones that we were irrigating after 3 days is I1. So they increase up to I5, which is after 7 days. So you can see the ones that we were irrigating after 3 days, we did 29 irrigation operations for the entire growth period. But the ones that we were irrigating after 7 days, we only did 10 irrigation operations within 84 days. And that was quite something. So this is the amount of water we used in all the irrigation operations. Kindly proceed. So we looked at some of the data. I think the pictures are self-explanatory. Let's move on. Kindly proceed. So this is the results that we got. We looked at the growth parameters. We looked at the yield. We looked at the leaf sizes, the height of the plant. We monitored that once a week. And this is the kind of data that we got. Next slide, please. So this is what it meant. As you move, it's the increase in the amount of water. And up there, you can see the increase in the amount of sap that we used. So it kind of formed a normal curve. You could increase sap, but not all through up to some point. And we were trying to look at what is the optimum level. Because I realized that as you put more of the sap, it kind of clogs the soil. And that doesn't make the plants productive. Next slide, please. So this is in terms of irrigation water use. The analysis of the irrigation water use against the amount of water that was used. You can see it's dropping. So the less water you use, you get higher irrigation water use efficiency. But you achieve the same results. That is in terms of yield. So we looked at the optimum level, and we found that only 3 grams per 5 kilograms of soil, that was the optimum. Imagine a pinch of that sap would sustain a plant up to the harvest time. I want to go to the key conclusions. So sap actually enhances water holding capacity of soil. And when it enhances water holding capacity of soil, that reduces your irrigation frequency. How often do you irrigate? So it reduces that, and in return, it reduces the amount of water that you use. And also sap, because crops have readily available water, it promotes growth and yield. And the recommended dosage is only 4 kilograms of sap per hectare. But we have a challenge that this sap is very expensive. And sometimes I even go to buy them from the grocery shops, like the East African seeds, and you can't find it. You have to wait for them to import it. And we are following up with a policy brief with this, with the National Drought Management Authority, to have, the next slide, to have policies that promote use of saps in crop production, and then they introduce subsidized pricing of this. And we hope that this will be followed up once the policy brief is out. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that lovely presentation, Madam. Waswahili husema kufanya kosa sio kosa, kosa ni kurudia kosa. We are awfully sorry that we missed such a lovely we were going to miss such a lovely presentation, and it's good that we rectify this in time. And given that we have other 3 presenters, you are presenting, and 2 more, isn't it? We are going to take all the time we need so that we don't leave anybody out. And then after that, we'll have some reactions. Karibu sana, boss. And please start by introducing yourself.
So thank you so much. Hello. I know it's very late. You might either forget what you learned, but you might remember the last one. Sindio? Okay, I want you to remember one thing. The guy who's going to present said he has a product that is approved by World Health Organization. The only product in the Kenyan market. Utasahau hiyo? Okay, so thank you. My name is Protas Orwenyo, working as the Business Development Manager, covering Kenya here, with a company by the name Nazava Water Filters Company. So what I want to say, what we are doing currently as an organization is we manufacture water filters. As I had earlier alluded, the only product approved by World Health Organization. Our operations not only here in Kenya, we are an international organization, a social enterprise. What we have done over the last, I would say, 10 years, we have impacted over 600,000 people with access to clean water. And that is, I think, what we are talking about today. Quality water, quality water, quality. I think everyone is trying to get water to the households, but majority are not considering the quality. Isn't it true? So what you are giving as a solution is a water filter. We have our booth outside there. So I'll just take 2 minutes just to explain, because since we have our booth outside there, you're able to come and meet us so that you can really explain what we do. We like to do practicals. For me, I don't have a presentation. That's why I'm saying seeing is believing. So I would like you to visit our booth outside there. So I've missed the bit of students whom I would really love to get, but I believe some teachers are there and some parents are there. I think Dr. Eric said 2 billion people lack access to safe drinking water. And those are the people we are targeting. Most of us are just getting water, but we don't look at the quality. So our solution is outside there. Finally, what I want to talk also about is how we are working here in Kenya. So here in Kenya, we are not only working as individuals. We are working with microfinances, some of the banks, I think some of our partners here, NGOs who are here. Maybe just to name a few, why we chose this channel. We look like microfinances. How do they work? Most of them, they target the rural smallholder farmers down there. And most of us, even as we live here in Nairobi, when we go home, maybe in holidays, which kind of water do we use? Water from boreholes, rivers, dams, and those are the water we consume. One of the presenters said, let's avoid borehole water. But you'll find 90% of them are using that borehole water. But when you put that borehole water into our filter, you're going to get clean drinking water. I think we have done several tests to show that our product is good and ready for use. Also, what to say is that apart from those MFIs, we are also working with UNICEF, USAID, in terms of trying to reach out to the majority of people who do not have access to clean water. So I want to invite you over to our booth outside there so that I can explain further. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm one of the beneficiaries because I visited his booth, and I want to let you know, dear members, that there is the product is available at a special symposium price, I'm told, isn't it? So take time to pass through that and see that wonderful product. Your presentation, please, so that we. Oh, you have given it. As we get the presentation ready, is anybody else with a presentation? Anybody else with a presentation after this? Drop one. We were to get a presentation from Eldowas? Oh, your Eldowas. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Most of the items have been covered by the students, and also Daktari covered most of it. So I'll dwell mainly in the quality aspect of and the challenges, giving life examples on how we are able to deal with water quality challenges in Eldoret. Okay, next slide. So here we have just have an introduction and also the characteristics of the water quality, whereby we're able to differentiate how water quality is in the water, the physical parameters, chemical, and the biological parameters. Continue. So also we have the qualities of water there: temperature, acidity, dissolved suspended solids, particular turbidity, dissolved oxygen, and also the hardness part, the sediments. So water quality is the presence of certain contaminants in the water that can lead to health issues, what has been stated, like cholera. There's also some industrial problems, also the reproductive issues. Next. So challenges mostly that we face is the microbiologically contaminated water that can transmit diseases, whereby you can see that the estimated fatal deaths is around 45,000 for diarrhea. Next. So water issues that developing countries we face in Africa are scarcity of drinking water, poor infrastructure, water and sanitation access, water pollution, low levels of water security. And you can see that over 1 billion people in the developing countries do not have adequate access to clean water. So challenges faced by a company, first of all, we have the climate and runoff variability. We have seen that our sources have really depleted. We are serving a population of around 450,000 people against, and our demand is around 60,000, but you can only be able to supply around 40,000 cubic meters per day. And out of that, we have a high NRW values of around 35% against the industry level of 25%. So you have that challenge. High concentration of iron and manganese in our dams. This was experienced around 2 years ago, and it really caused an uproar because our water was black in color, and in some instance we had to close our treatment facility. Okay, we have dam siltation that led to high turbidities of water, and it makes it very expensive to treat the water. We have also the point contamination of water in the distribution mains, whereby there's contamination between the distribution mains and other lines, maybe the sewerage lines, and also waste grey water that is being discharged from people's premises and also from industries. Next. Okay, now this is a major challenge we also faced in our dams recently. These are the algal blooms. This occurred during the prolonged dry spells as a result of pollution from the source, whereby agrochemicals are being used by the farmers, phosphates and sulfates, whereby we saw that there was a high level of algal blooms, and thereby we were not able to supply the required quantity of water. Okay, solutions to the challenge. We have an aggressive catchment conservation program, whereby we are planting over 200 trees annually as a company. But also we have partnered with other organizations like the Iten Water Fund, whereby we want to plant over 1 million trees per year. So we also have introduction of chambers, aeration chambers that will be constructed at the T-Works so that it can be able to deal with the issues of manganese and iron levels. We also have continuous monitoring of water quality from the source to the consumer points, and this is whereby we are able to use the what we have been taught by Kewi. Is it called the water what, Doctor? It's called whereby you can be able to check your water from the source to the consumer point. There is a document that you as a Kewi you're able to produce. You gave us some insight and you're able to produce that document. I think the one you taught us, water safety plan. Yeah. So that has come to play. It has really helped us. So also we are seeking partners for replacement of our edge pipelines, which they were first installed in the year 1960s up to the year 1970s. Next. So also we have aggressive campaigns, like this one is called Alinda Maji Mtaani, whereby we educate the public on issues of water quality, illegal connections, water theft, among others. And it is now as a section whereby we have a security section whereby it deals mainly with water theft issues. And we have been able to decrease the amount of illegal connections also, and the water quality issues have also gone up. Next. So that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I must appreciate that elders is one of our very, very close partners over the years, and we don't take that for granted. I now have a chance to give one of us who had a remark. Please come so that we can give you a remark, and another one over there. And okay, the three of you. Let's start with this young man. Thank you.
Yes. Good evening. Yes, I'm Amos, minor. I am a student from this institution, KW. We welcomed you, even if we did not represent as one of our students to welcome you, but we welcomed you. Feel welcomed even for tomorrow. We have been charged as KW, even me speaking on behalf of the students on issues dealing with water quality and sustainability. We are students of KW, and our admission office, we are willing to ensure that in future we shall come up with new ideas as engineers, so that we may fix some of this problem and bring our country to a better solved in terms of water. So thank you very much. Asante.
Thank you very much, Amos. These are the future generations that will help us solve some of these challenges. Madam, kindly come, you're next. And last but not least will be our visitor from BAT. Karibu-san.
Good evening. I am Joyce Nguru from Coast Water Works Development Agency. On behalf of my CEO, Engineer Martin Suma, I'm here, and I really appreciate the symposium. In fact, it has met its goal, must say, because we've covered a lot on the water quality. The water quality section. And the greatest challenge has been, which has been well stated by our students and presenters, that we should not only get water, but we must get water of good quality. And most of the times, engineers, I normally fight with the engineers because they talk of quantity. And once they get the quantity, they tend to relax on the quality part. So they say they make the water available. But from now henceforth, we must make sure the water we get is enough and quality water. And I stood because we have already a challenge, like in Coast Water. There is the decommissioning of Kenya Pipeline. Those who know, if you are aware, they have the Kenya Pipeline. They are decommissioning their old pipeline. They put up a new one, and they were given a suggestion by the government, I think last year but one, to use it to now bring water from Zima to Mombasa to join our line to bring water. One, it is small. Two, it's dilapidated, and that's why they're decommissioning it. So we are asking, where is the logic? You are decommissioning. This has been transferring petroleum products, and it is now corrosive, it is old, and the same being used now, they want to use it for water. How is that one applicable? My call is the NEMA report, the Asia report is gone out. So when it comes to you, because we are all stakeholders in water, and especially water quality, we must reject that proposal. It's not, the NEMA report is now going round, but the project already has started. In fact, they have laid down the pipes already, those old pipes, those corroded pipes, which is very sad for us who are aware of the consequences of the quality of our water when it is ruined. So I'm very grateful for such a symposium, and let's continue to put our leg forward, our comments, so that we stop this vice of contaminating our own water while we really know the consequences. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. We really appreciate those very rich comments. And as the student in Kewi, Amos said also, bado leo ilikuwa ni siku ya kwanza, sio? From where Madam comes from, they say mambo bado ndio mkoko na alikamaua. So kesho pia tunataka mje wengi zaidi, sio? Because there's a lot more in store tomorrow. Today, you see, we had quite a number of activities taken over by the students. Tomorrow, they'll not be here. Tomorrow is our day. There's a lot more to share. Without cutting anybody off, I want to request now my friend from BAT to come and give us the piece from industry. I know you didn't come alone. Karibu sana.
Thanks a lot. Really appreciated. My name is Stephen Muli. I'm currently what you call the Area Sustainability Manager at BAT. BAT has a big footprint of operation in Kenya. And just to give you a quick background, it's an international blue chip company with around more than 30 factories across the world. We have only 3 in Africa: South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria. And maybe just to mention that from a industry perspective, I think water is a key thing, within the industry. And for us, we see the real picture. You know, industry, whichever way you are running it, if you don't have water, that operation is gone, irrespective of what you're doing. Our industry is pretty a dry operation. I know sometimes people wonder how, water, tobacco, it's pretty dry. But the fact that if you don't have water means you can't have washrooms, you can't clean the site, many other things will not take place. So for us, water is a very key thing as a company. And in terms of sustainability, if you look at it, you Google, you check what we are doing on sustainability, it's massive. Water, we have challenged ourselves to, we have targets which we monitor daily, monthly, to make sure that we are cutting, conserving, reducing, recycling. Actually, we are challenging ourselves to be self-sustaining. I don't need to withdraw water, whether it is a borehole or the Nairobi Municipal. So that is the push. So investment is being done, a lot of R&D. We are actually ready to participate and see what we can make it happen. And we are not just being selfish, saying we are looking at ourselves, but you're looking at a wider society. Because at the end of the day, we know water is life. Without water, then nothing will prosper. So for us, that's a key thing. So for me, coming for this session, I think there's a gentleman who looked for me the last minute, and I was like, okay, fantastic, Joseph. This just came like manna from heaven. We've been wanting to discuss about what do we do with water. Maybe just to let you know, as a company, we've also pushed ourselves to obtain what we call, it's an international certificate called Alliance Water Stewardship. I think we are the only company in Kenya that has been certified. It's very stringent. And it looks at how you look at water from start to end, from your catchment. Like if I'm running my factory in Likoni Road, where is the catchment of that water coming from? What are the challenges there? What can we do? What are the water quality issues that we are having, that the neighbors are having? So we've had symposiums even with the stakeholders, the neighbors. What can we do? We put hands together with a couple of other water bodies, Nairobi Water. We've planted trees to see how we can help, especially on the catchment area. So we are very active on that space, and we will be more than happy to be included in your agenda when you are looking at what can we do to take water quality to the next step. Because that's a key thing even on that standard. They ask us what is the water quality situation in Kenya? What is the surface runoff? What are the aquifers? Where are they getting their water? What can we do to support it? So really pleasant to be here, and really looking forward to be part and parcel of this process, getting water to the next level in terms of quality and availability. Thanks a lot. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. We learn something every day, don't we? We learn something every day. I didn't know there was such a standard and we only have BAT in the whole of Kenya as meeting the standard. So, Banamako, kindly come on board. If there's anything I've not done for as the moderator for the afternoon, please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Kaburi, our principal Kitui campus. First, I want to appreciate all the presenters who have presented today. Maybe we can just clap. We have looked at the process of preserving quality in water. And we have seen how even the young people can be involved. And when this symposium was being suggested, I kept on asking myself, what do the schools know? Hata si tulijiuliza hii. But after this, today, I've changed my mind because I've now realized they know more than we were expecting. I just want to mention a few issues that I picked up. One of them is that there is need to do data management, especially mapping, water quality. I think going forward, those are areas that we might look at as very key to this process. If we have to plan, then we must identify all the areas, what kind of quality exists. And that map is important, and it can be included in the water master plan. And I think those are issues that we can talk about at the end of this particular program. I also discovered that there is something called SAP. And what made me more excited was that it was affecting the veggies I like most. So I saw that you can use it to plant managu. I think we shall have a discussion, Professor, after this. I want that SAP so that I can enhance my managu. So we saw that we can also maintain efficiency in irrigation. And those could be very practical solutions, especially how to find means to lower the cost of polymers for that kind of program. I know, Madam Beatrice, you carried out a program in Turkana on novel irrigation, and those are still ongoing programs. Especially what made me more interested was that if we can use the diapers, because when you go to these water companies, Madam, I can assure you, those diapers form a major challenge to water quality. If we can now find a way that they can grow my managu, I'll be very happy. So that's an area which I really found to be interesting. I also what exists before we can monitor and see if there are any. and some of us love talking. I think we cannot talk forever. Maybe we come to some end somewhere. But I must appreciate that this particular program that we are having today has brought us some insights and has also achieved a certain target that we wanted. When we sat together in our performance management program and we asked ourselves, how do we achieve better? Better is the bottom, economic transformation agenda. We started thinking, and something that came up was, let's start with the kids. They are at the bottom of the pyramid. I'm glad that they have even come and given us solutions which we shall use. They told us, why do you use water? Just use vacuum cleaners. I had never thought that a vacuum cleaner, apart from the one in the aeroplane, can be used in a house. But that's something we can now start thinking. After all, as a water scarce country, we can reach the tipping point if we are not careful. At that point where there will be no water, I think there will be many, many challenges. Mine is to thank you for your patience, for your contributions, for the knowledge that we have shared today. Indeed, you have enlightened us so much. May we meet tomorrow and the discussion continues. Asanteni sana. So we would want to request Madam Kasuki to close this meeting with a word of prayer.
Thank you, Bwana Deputy Director. Kindly let's stand and pray. Let us pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we come before you, praying that you find it in our heart to blot out our transgressions. We regret for anything wrong that we've done before your eyes. Lord, find it in our heart to forgive us. We glorify and worship your name. For this day, you wrote it in your book of life. For this day, Heavenly Father, you knew this day will. We glorify and worship your name. Manage the help us achieve. Be with us. You advocate each and every one of us an angel. Protect each and every one of us with the precious blood of our Lord Jesus Christ. We go to our respective areas safely, and as we come back tomorrow to continue with the objective of the symposium, Lord, grant us safe mercy journey to this place, and we glorify and worship your name. You are our Father, our provider, our protector, and in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.